Hello my friends, so I just published a course titled Advanced MERN Stack Authentication, and like I always do in all my courses, I try to make them very practical and based on real world style of programming, what is acceptable out there. But don't take my word for it, just see the demo in the next section. So what I've done is I've created a $10 discount link for you so that you can access the course at a discount, and I'll leave a link in the description of this video so that you can take advantage of it. All right, see you in the next one then. All right guys, so welcome to the course. This is just a demo of what we're going to build in the course. So it's just going to be a very simple layout, and we're going to have the registration, the login system. So I'm going to start from the registration. So in the registration page, we have a password strength checker. So let me just start by just entering some details. So here I'm going to enter in my Gmail, and then I'm going to choose the password. Now I'll click on this icon here to show the password that I'm typing. So let me just say @ so you see here that as I typed a special character, immediately it was checked here from X, red X, to green check. All right, so you see also as I start typing out other characters, when these conditions are met, then the check mark is also changing. So that's what this does here. So anyway, I'm just going to add my Zeno, and I'll just a 1 2 3, and as you can see, everything has checked. Now there's another thing we did here, such that you want the user to be able to actually type out the confirm password field. Most users just prefer to paste it because they don't want to stress themselves. However, they could be wrong. So if I try to paste here, we get a notification that I cannot paste into this input field. I'm going to show you how to implement that. Anyway, let me just type out the password again. So I'll say @ and Zeno12. One thing I want to show you is that we also have form verification here. So if I try to register with these passwords not matching, watch what happens. You see, passwords do not match. So all sort of form verifications for the front end part and also for the back end part. So but anyway, I'm just going to put the password complete, and I'll just click on register. Okay, so we are in here, and as you can see, we get this notification: registration successful and verification email sent. So what that means is that this user is required to verify their account. So if you look here, you see that we have this notification bar that says to verify your account, check your email for a verification link. So I'm just going to go to that email, and it usually takes a couple of seconds. So let me just refresh the email here. Aha, so we have our email here. So I'm just going to click on see verify your account. I'll click on this email and open it up, and inside of this email we have a link, a button rather. So it says hello, my name, and then please use the URL below to verify your account. This link is valid for 24 hours. Now that's actually a thing. If you don't get to verify your account with this link after 24 hours, you're going to need to resend and generate another one. So I'll just come here and click on verify account, and then it's just going to come here and show me a verification page. So in this verification page, now I get to click this button to verify my account. So if I do that, then you see here account verification successful. Now I'd like you to know that this process is actually intelligent, such that if I try to verify my account again, right, it will tell me that the user is already verified. So you see, now if I for any reason go back to the profile page here, you see that we no longer have this red notification bar that we had before. And of course, if I refresh this page, then this notification bar is going to disappear. Why? Because the user has been verified. Now great, so now each user has a profile, like some data about their account. So if you see here, this particular user has a user role, which is subscriber. Then we have a default avatar. They can choose to change that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just try to change all the details about this user just to be sure that everything is in place. I'll click on choose file, and then I'm just going to choose a file. This one is just fine, and then I'll click on open, and immediately you select the image, you have a preview of that image here. Isn't that nice? Also, we're going to come here and change the name to maybe just a woman, and the email is set that you cannot change the email. Of course, that can be changed by you, but that's the settings we have here. We don't want the email to be changed. Also, you can choose a phone number and some bio about the user. So here I'm just going to say full stack developer. All right, and then I just click on update. So let's see what happens when we try to update. So we immediately get a notification that the user has been updated, and if you come down here and check, you see that the details of the user has been changed. So this is the user, the new image, the name of the user, and everything we just added here. Great. Now the user also has the capacity to change their password if they are logged in. So if I come here, for example, I'll first need to enter my current password, then I need to now add a new password. So new password, confirm new password, and then I can change my password. So let's just quickly do that. I think I had the password in my clipboard, so this is my current password, right? This is the new password I want to change, so I'm just going to add the number 4 just to make it different. Okay, then let's confirm the password. Oh, okay, I need to type it out, so let me click so that I can see it. So at Zeno1234, yeah, and then I'll click on change passwords. Watch what happens. So we get this loading spinner, and it tells me that my password has been changed, and an email was actually sent to that user that the password was changed. All right, so first off, I'm going to try to log in with this former password, so the old password I changed. Let's try to log in with it and see if, all right, so you see we get a notification here, invalid email or password, which actually shows us that the password was changed. However, I'm going to try here and add the number 4 to, and then I'll try to log in, and as you can see, let me update that, we are now logged in. So it's actually a good user experience that when a user changes their password, you redirect them to the login page so that they can update their password in their browser's password manager. All right, so let me go back to this my email here and check if the email was actually sent. Great. So you see I get an email that my password was changed. So I'll open that, and here it says hello, my name. So you see that this is actually dynamic. Each user is going to get their name here. This is to notify you that your account password was changed. If you did not initiate this, please reset your password, and then there's a reset button here. So it's like a security implementation such that when a user's password is changed, you immediately want to notify them. If that change did not come from them, then they can easily reset their password. All right, so let's move out of this place and let's come back here. So I'm going to log out of this account, and let's see some other functionality. So I'm going to log out and I'll log in as an admin account. So let me quickly look for that. Aha, so this is an admin account I'm logging in with, and as you can see, as an admin we have something different that the regular user does not have. We have access to this users tab here. So if I click on users tab, you'll see here that we now have this dashboard kind of where we now have details about the user. So for example, we have some statistics. We have a total users is 6, the users that have verified their account 2, unverified users 4, suspended users 1. Great. Now let me scroll down and let's see about the user. So this is the users tab here, and you can see the list of all the users in our on our system. We also have this pagination here that we can use to break the users into a list. Great. So now for each user we can actually change their user role. So we have subscriber, and one of the user is suspended. We this account that I logged in with is an admin account. So if you come here, you see that we have this admin here, that's the user. Great. So now let me show you, we can also search, by the way. So for example, I can search for Zeno, and then you see all the accounts that have both Zeno either in their name or in their email. Yeah, so that's a live search that we implemented there. Anyway, what I wanted to show you is that we can change the role of the user. So currently this user's role is subscriber. If I click on this drop down here, I can see the various user roles that I can change. So I can suspend this user. The moment you suspend the user, they're not going to have access to do many things on the system. For example, let's say updating their profile, they would not be able to do that. So several other things they will not be able to do. All right, so but I'm going to change this user from I'll just change this user to an admin actually. So admin, and then I'll click on this checkbox here. So you see we get user role updated to admin and an email was actually sent to that user. So just to confirm, I'm going to go back to my email and let's see if we actually, okay, great. So you see it actually entered in real time. So account role changed. I'll open that and let's see what the message is. So it says my name. This is to notify you that your account status has been changed. Please log in for confirmation. So, and the user can choose to log in. So you see there are quite a number of things that we're going to learn, and one of them is automated email sending. So you notice that when I perform a particular task, an email is automatically sent and is specific to the users that are involved. Great. So what I got to do is I want to show you how the Google login actually works, and I want to do that with this same user. So for now, I'm just going to delete the user just to show you that a user can be deleted. So I'll click on this trash icon, and then I'm going to click on delete, and that user will be deleted from our system. Great. Now let me log out of this admin account. So I'll log out and I'll just register with Google. So let's log in with Google. So the way we set up this Google login is that if the user is not registered, if they are logging in for the first time, it's going to register that user and log them in. However, if they are logged in, then it's just going to log them in, and the data about that user is going to be synced with our database. So let me show you. So I'll click on this guy here, and I'm just going to click on this email. So you see, now I have logged in with Google, and the data we have here is actually fetched from Google. So this is my image on my Google, and this is the name, the email, and then the bio and the phone number is actually, we set a default, so you can do whatever you want with that, but we just set a default here because I didn't want to leave it empty. So that's how the Google login thing works. And we can also change our password, because when you're logging in with Google, you have to be signed into Google first, but you can also set your password here. And if you set your password here, you will be able to log in with that Gmail and a password, which is the one you set here. All right, so that's about it for this demo, because I don't want it to be too long. But I'm going to log out of here and log in as an admin one more time, just to show you that that Google login that we did now is actually added to our list of users and is synced in our own database. So I'll come here, and as you can see, we have this latest user, which is Zino Akbareva, and it has been added to our own database, even though the user logged in with Google. All right, so I think this should do for the demo. There are so many other things that we're going to talk about, authorization and stuff like that. Now, what if the user is unable to remember their password, right? So I'm just going to log in with reset password with this particular user. So first off, I need to log out, and then I'm just going to click on the reset password. It will require me to enter in my email, so I'll do that, and I'll click on get reset email. So you see, it tells me that an email has been sent. So once more, let's come back here and let's check it out. Voila, so you can see here that we have this password reset request email. I would open that, and it gives me a link that I can click on to reset my password. Of course, it tells me this reset link is only valid for 30 minutes. So you're going to learn how to set validity for links that you send to your user as well. So I'll click on reset email, and let me close this one up. Okay, great. So now I get this form here where I can enter a new password and confirm that password. Now I'm just going to enter my @ so let me click here so that I can see what I'm doing. Zeno123. Remember, we've not set any password for the user because we created the user with Google login. All right, so I'm just going to set it to this password. I'll come down and then I'll paste that in. Oh, I did not implement the do not paste here, but it's still fine. So let me click on reset password and see if it works. So I'll click on reset. You know what, let me make this 12345 so that it's completely different, so there's no misunderstanding anywhere. So it tells me that my password reset was successful and I should log in, and I also get the, okay, let me just close this. All right, great. So I'm just going to come here and enter in that Gmail, and let's, okay, so 1234, and I'll just add 5. Or you know what, let me just enter 1234, and you see here that it tells us that email, invalid email or password. But if I should enter 5 now and then I click on login, then you see here that I'm able to log in successfully, which is great. Now there's one more thing I want us to check before we start the course fully, and that is the device security. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring up a a Firefox browser, which generally is going to be what is known as a different user agent. Okay, so when a user tries to log in with either a completely different browser or a different device, that is known as a different user agent. So I'm going to click on login here, and I'll try to log in with my Gmail, so this one, and I'm going to add the correct password. So 12345, sorry, 5, and I'll click on login. Let's see what happens when we try to do that. Oh, I think I want to shrink this browser a bit, it's too big. Okay, so this is fine. All right, I'll click on login, and let's see what happens. Aha, so you see, because I am logging in from a different user agent, it's telling me that I should check my email for a login code because an access code was sent to my email. So this is one of the things that you need to be able to know how to implement if you're going to build a standard secure login system. So another condition we can implement this two-factor authentication is if the user is accessing the account from a different country. But this one, I just use a different user agent, which actually covers, everything. Anyway, I'm going to go back to my email and let's check to make sure that we actually got that email. So I'll come here and let me go back. And as you can see, we have this login access code email. So I'm just going to click on this guy and let's see what we have here. So we have this access code 265236. Permit me to just copy it. I'll copy that and then I'll go back to my Firefox browser and I'm going to paste that code in. But let's actually make sure that this process is also intelligent. I'll delete the 6 and I'll click on proceed to login. And you see here it says access code must be 6 characters. All right, let's try to put in something that is wrong. So let's just put 1 and proceed to login. And it tells me that we have an incorrect login code. Please try again. So you see, it actually is an intelligent process. I'll delete the 1 and put the 6 that we have, and then I'll click on proceed to login. Aha, so you see, I've been able to log in successfully into that account. What that means is that every time I try to log in from this particular user agent, then I will not need to verify, I will not need to go through the two-factor authentication anymore. So this is some really advanced concept as far as I'm concerned, and you are not going to find a lot of tutorials that will teach you everything that I'm going to cover in this course. All right, so that's about it for this one. So let's proceed in the next video. Thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next one. Hello my friends, and welcome to this course, Advanced MERN Stack Authentication. My name is Zeno and I'm going to be your instructor throughout this course. You can reach me on zenotrustacademy.com, which is my website, or my Twitter handle at Zenotrust. I also have a YouTube channel where I publish free content about web development, so you can also check that out. Now, first off, let me start by thanking you for taking this course, and let's just breeze through the introduction. First thing I want to talk about is the course requirements. What do you need to know before you take this course? Well, this is an advanced MERN stack authentication course, so it's a little bit specialized, right? So what I expect you to know is to have the basics of MERN stack under your belt. Now let me just quickly go back and show you. So MERN stands for MongoDB Express.js, which is a framework that is built on top of Node.js, React, which is a JavaScript library, and then Node.js, which is a JavaScript runtime that helps us to write backend code. Now, I expect that you have the basics of MERN stack under your belt. Now, if you don't have that under your belt, then you should actually do something about getting that. Now, I have a very comprehensive React course that I'm going to leave a link to. I also have a comprehensive MERN stack course, right, beginner to some advanced concepts. So definitely I'm just going to leave a discount link, and then you can also check that out to bring yourself up to speed before you take this advanced authentication course. Let's proceed. Now, how do you get the best from this course? Practice as you learn, like practice along, right? There may be some things that we start doing that you already have an idea of how to implement. Yeah, just make sure that you don't get too carried away and you just say, oh, I already know this stuff, there's no need for me to code along or to practice along. Try and practice along, because as we start, eventually we're going to get into some very complex stuff, right? So that's it. Now, environment setup for our browser, we're going to use Chrome. Our code editor is Visual Studio Code. You need to have Node.js installed on your machine, so you can just go to nodejs.com or something like that. Just Google it. Then you need to have Git. Now we're going to use Insomnia for our API tests or our API testing. But if you are very familiar with Postman and you want to use Postman, that's fine. But basically, these are the softwares I need you to have installed on your system before we proceed. All right, so that's about it for our brief introduction. In the next one, we're now going to talk about what authentication and authorization is. All right, thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next video. All right, let's talk about authentication and authorization. Now, many people use these words interchangeably, but they don't actually mean the same thing. So let's start with the first one. What is authentication? Well, authentication is a term, generally speaking, that refers to the process of proving that some fact or document is genuine. So, is this genuine? However, in programming, authentication is the process of verifying a user before allowing them to access your system, right? So let's move on. Authorization, however, is a process that determines a user's level of access. In programming, we use authorization to give a user the permission to access either some data or to perform a particular function. So now let's look at the two of them in tandem. In simple terms, authentication is the process of verifying who a user is, while authorization is the process of verifying what they have access to. It's just like if you want to enter a bank, right, to make a withdrawal, you first need to enter the bank. Assume that that is authentication. The ability for you to verify that, okay, this person actually is who they say they are, either maybe by checking their credentials or, some other method. Why authorization now says, do they have the requisite permission to access either a data or to perform a function on my application? All right, so now let's talk about authentication factors. Is a specific category of credentials. A typical example is username and password, which we're going to see in the course of this, program. And they are usually said to be authentication factors. So those credentials that the user, uses to log into your system, they are known as authentication factors. Now let's look at three types of authentication factors. The first is something you know. So an example is like a password or a PIN. The second is something you have access to. So a smartphone, for example, if you want to log into a system, they can send maybe a text to your smartphone. If you have that smartphone in hand, then you can see that text and log in. Also, an email. You try to log into a system and they send you maybe like a code or a link to your email. All right, so the third authentication factor is something you are. An example of this is biometric authentication, such as facial recognition, fingerprint, and voice recognition. So these are classified as authentication factors. Now, I'm sure the one you are probably familiar with when you use websites is maybe username and password, or maybe like a PIN or something like that. Anyway, let's proceed. Let's talk about single and multi-factor authentication. The process of authentication based on just one factor is called single factor authentication. For example, if a user wants to log into your system or your application and they just provide their username and password, that's the single factor. They're able to log in. However, research has shown that around 76% of companies have experienced a phishing attack, while 81% of data breaches are based on stolen or weak password. So what this means is that we should, although most websites will have single factor authentication in place, there should be implementation of multi-factor authentication based on different circumstances, and we're going to see that during the course of this training. Now, let's talk a little bit about what we're going to cover in specifics in this course. Well, we're going to look at user registration, both with email and password and with Google Zero Auth. Then we're going to look at user login, where we're going to verify that this person is who they say they are before they log into our system. Of course, we're also going to look at Google OAuth login, and then we're going to find a way to sync the data that comes from both email and password login and Google login. Also, we're going to look at user profile data management. So the user has logged into your system, they're going to have some data and they should be able to manage that data. We're going to look at password change and email reset. Now, these are two different things. Password change is when a user has already logged into your system, we want to give them the ability to change their password. However, there can be a situation where the user has actually forgotten the password and they are not able to log in. In that case, we're going to trigger an email reset or a password via email reset. We're going to look at user device login protection. What this means is that if a user has logged into your system or they registered on your app via a HP laptop or a HP device, and then for some reason they're outside, they want to access their account from like maybe a cyber cafe, well, we want to be able to detect that this is a different device that we don't recognize, and therefore we're going to do something to protect that user. That brings us to the next one, which is two-factor authentication. We're going to find a way to make sure that they actually confirm who they say they are using another factor. The next is we're going to implement user roles and authorization. So there's going to be an admin, there's going to be an editor, there's going to be a subscriber, and there's going to be those that have accounts that have been suspended, and we're going to see the different things that they can and cannot do. All right, then we're going to also look at the admin user management. So as an admin, you should be able to manage your users. So you should be able to suspend a user, just like what happens very frequently on Twitter. An account can be suspended and they will not be able to have full access to the system. You should be able to delete a user. You should be able to change the user roles. So those are the things that we're going to look at. Now we're going to look at several other things, but of course I don't want to list everything here so that this is not too long. So that's about it for this introduction. I'll see you in the next video. All right, so now let's do some project planning. If you've taken any of my programming courses, you know that I like to plan things at the start of each project. So I'll come down here, and this is going to be our project stack. So for the front end, we're using React and Sass for styling. Then we're using Redux for state management. Our backend is going to be built on Node Express. We're going to use Insomnia for testing our APIs, MongoDB for database, and for managing and sending email, we're going to use NodeMailer and Outlook email. Then Google Auth or Google Zero Auth, and then we're going to use Axios for end-to-end connection. Now, if you notice something, it will be like, oh, there's something missing here, hosting our application. Well, in this one, we're not necessarily going to bother hosting the application. Why? Because like I named it, it's an advanced MERN auth course. So what I expect is that you already know how to deploy, create and deploy a MERN stack application. I'm emphasizing that now because I don't want this course to be too long. In other words, I'm not going to be explaining, how to create a server, how to connect your database. I'm going to do that, but I'm not going to explain it like I'm explaining to an absolute beginner. Why? Because I expect that you have this under your belt. All right, so how are we going to start building this project? We're going to start building this project from the front end, because the front end is not so much. We just have a number of pages that we're going to build out. So I'll just quickly build out the front end, so that when we start building out the back end and the APIs, then we can really take our time and explain what exactly is going on. All right, so that's about it for how we're going to set up and how we're going to start approach the project. Now, after we've connected end to end, then we are going to deploy. So the front end, we're going to deploy the front end to Vercel, and we're going to deploy the back end to render. Of course, eventually we're going to have some kind of conclusion on the project. So that's how the project, is going to play out. We're going to start by building the front end part of the project because I just feel like it doesn't have too many pages, so we can quickly do that. Then we start building the back end, and as we are building each component of the back end, we're going to be connecting to the front end immediately so that the course is not disjointed. All right, so that's how we're going to proceed. Okay, see you in the next video. All right, so now let's get started. Now I'm going to come to my desktop and I'll create a new folder which I'm going to call, so let me say new, and I'm going to call that folder advanced, or I'll just say MERN auth. So MERN auth. Yeah, great. Now inside of this folder I'll create another folder which is going to house our application. So I don't know what I'm going to call this. Let's see. Okay, so I'm just going to call it auth app. So that's going to be auth hyphen app. Sorry, small letters, auth hyphen app, and then I'll just hit enter. So this is where we're going to have our application. Now let's open this in Visual Studio Code then. So I'll just right click and I'll just say I have that option here. Okay, open with code. So just find a way to open your empty folder in Visual Studio Code, whichever way, and we get started. Okay, so my app is opened, or my folder is open. Inside of this folder, yeah, I'm going to create another folder which I'm going to call front end. Front end. Some people like to call theirs client and server, but I like to call my own front end and back end. In the front end folder is where we're going to have everything that concerns the front end of our application. Yeah, so let me just wait for this stuff to create. Yeah, so that's complete. Now I'm going to open my terminal, so I'll just use my shortcut control and backticks, but you can click on this terminal here and you'll be able to open that. Yeah, so I'm good to go. So here I just want to install create react app, so I'll just say npx create hyphen react hyphen app, and then I'll just hit a dot and /. Oh, sorry, before that, sorry about that, I need to go into the front end folder. So here I'll say cd front end, like that. So you see I'm inside the front end folder. So what I want to do is I want to install create react app inside of this front end folder. All right, so I'll then come here and have my I'll say npx create hyphen react hyphen app, and then I'll just say dot /. I think a dot should actually still be fine, but I just like to be sure, and then I'll hit enter. What this will do now is that it will install React inside of that our front end folder. So but we got to give it a couple of minutes, and then we're just gonna come back when it's complete. All right, so our React app has finished installing. If you check our folder here, you'll see that if we open this guy, we now have a complete React app here. Great. So in the next video, we're now going to start setting up and getting our project ready for development. See you there. All right, so now let's set up and clean up this our React app that we've installed. So I'm gonna come here first, and then let me get rid of a number of these. So app.css I'm not gonna use. The test, logo, report vitals, setup test. Yeah, so I'm just gonna right click and delete all of these guys. Great. Then I'll go to my app.js and I'm just gonna clean it up. So everything here I will just remove, and then I'm just going to have my div. Inside there I'm just going to have a hello world. Great, so that's fine. Go ahead and oh sorry, I'm not saving that yet. I need to get rid of the logo because remember we deleted the logo, we're not using it, and even the app.scss we're not using it either. So go ahead and save this guy. Then I'll go to my index.js first, and I'm also going to remove the web vitals as well. Any other thing, I'm going to remove all of this. Yeah, so that's it for this one. Go ahead and save this. Then lastly I'm going to remove all the CSS I have in my index.css file. So remove that. Now, as far as the styles for this project is concerned, because the focus of this course is not CSS, I'm not here to teach you how to style a form or how to style a page. I'm here to teach you logic, backend logic. So here I'm just going to come to my GitHub repository, and I have a file that a repository that I prepared that contains all of the files, the CSS files that you're going to need. Now this is the only time I'm going to come here. So it's github.com/xenotrust/auth app styles. This is it right here. Great. So just have that beside your project or beside your tab on your browser so that you can always reference it. All right, so now what I need is the index.css. All of the CSS files we work with, they're going to be put here for you. And of course, you see here we also have an assets folder. So the asset folder contains like maybe 2 or 3 images, so just get that as well. But for now, let me just open the CSS file. And okay, great. I'm just going to copy this file. So you see it contains all the styles that we need. So all I just want to do is just copy it here, copy raw content, and it's copied. I'll now come here to my index.css and paste that in. So I'm saying it now so that you know all of the styles we're going to work with, I'm going to put in this repository, this very repository. So you don't have to worry about writing styles, CSS, SAS, and all of that. Everything is going to be done for you. Okay, so that we can have time to focus on logic. Great. Then one more thing is the assets. So let me actually save this file first. So save. Aha, so I've saved that. Now inside of my source folder, I'm going to create 3 folders. The first is the components. Oh, sorry, escape. Components. So that's the first. And another one, I'm going to create a pages folder. That's where our pages will be stored. And the last one is the assets. So for the asset, I'll just drag and drop it, because like I said, you have access to it in the repository containing all our styles. So I'll just drag this assets and just drop it here in the source folder. Great. So you see assets, and we just have some images. Then we have the components and the pages. Great. So I think at this point we can actually fire up our React app and then just see it in the browser. So let me close these guys up. And oh, there's one more thing. Sorry, we need to have a .env file. So the .env file is going to be inside the root. So this front end here, inside it, I'll create a file and say .env, and I'll create another one which I'll call .env example. That's the one that I'll make available to you so that you can see all the variables, environment variables that we use. Okay, because I'm not going to share mine with you. So I'll just say .env.example. Okay, great. So now for this .env file, I am going to come to my .gitignore. I don't want it to be uploaded to the cloud. So maybe I'll just add it somewhere here. I'll just come down here and say .env, and then I'll save. Now, whenever I push my changes to GitHub, my .env file will be excluded. As simple as that. So that's about it. So maybe I'll just add something to my .env, or I think I'll just hold on, since I'm not really working on anything specific. Next, I'm going to start my React app. So here I'll just say npm start, and I'll hit enter, and that should fire up our React app, and we should be able to view it in our browser. So right here, I'll just give it a couple of seconds. So I just want to take a minute to just go through my index CSS file so that we're on the same page as to what's going on. Because I create a lot of content and I don't want to depend on CSS frameworks. Simple reason is that CSS framework, they change. Like with an update, a previous version can become obsolete. In other words, what you use in version 4 of Bootstrap may not apply to version 5 of Bootstrap or Tailwind or whatever. So what I did is I've created like my own styles that I know is going to be constant, and then that's what I'm just using for my project. So first off, I have some color variables, and let's just scroll down quickly. So these are just basic reset styles, body, and all of that. What I want to show you, however, is my utility classes. So for example, we do a lot of display flex, justify content center, align item center, right? When I want to do that, all I just need to do is point to this flex center class, and that's it. But to differentiate my utility classes from other classes that may be specific to a component, I just added 2 dashes in front of all my utility classes. So that's what I just did. So for example, if I want to do flex start, then display flex, justify content flex start, align item flex start. So I have many of those styles like that. So for different things like grid, for example, I have a style that can just do a grid display for me very quickly, and some basic styles that handle some basic things like your headings, your paragraph, and all of that. For me, I found out that it makes my development a lot faster, and technically I really don't need CSS frameworks to build out stuff fast because I already have these utility classes. I created them, I know them, and if I need to do any other thing that is a little bit more specialized, I'll just create a CSS file and put my styles there, which is what I'm going to do in this course. So I just wanted to point out that to you so that if you see me doing any style that has 2 dashes in front of it, you know it's coming from my utility classes in my index CSS. That's about it for this one. Thank you so much, and let's continue. Alright, so our React app has started, and this is what we have here. Hello world. Now let's set up React Router DOM. That will require us to install some dependencies that we need for the project. So to do that, I'm just going to open a new terminal. So I'll click on this plus icon and permit me to expand this guy, and I'll install React Router DOM. So remember, first off, you need to navigate into the front end folder. So you do that by saying cd and then front end and then hit enter. Wow, so I'm in the front end folder. I'll say npm install, and the name of the package is react-router-DOM. DOM. Right, so I can hit enter now and just install it. But because I need to install some other packages, I think I'll just do the ones that are necessary now. So one other thing we use is React icons, React-icons. I'm not going to install everything I need now, just install the one that I'll be using immediately. React icons is for using icons and stuff. Then I think I'll add my, let me see, okay, React Toastify. So React-Toastify. Do I really need this now? Because I have a culture of installing packages just immediately I use them, so that what those packages do is gonna stick with you. Maybe I'll just leave the React Toastify now. I don't think I need it, so I'll just say React icons plural, and then I'll hit enter, and then I'm just gonna wait a couple of seconds for this stuff to install. Alright, so I just remembered one more package that I need, and that is node sass. So I just gotta say npm install node-sass, because our CSS files, some of them are going to be in .sass or .scss rather. So this is what is going to help us do the process the CSS file and all of that. So I'll just hit enter, and then let's just hold on. Alright, so our installation is complete. Now whenever you install something, just be sure that it actually entered where you want it to enter. Okay, so I'll come to my package.json, and you see here we have React Router DOM, React icons, and node sass. Yeah, so we're on the right track. All right, so I'll close that. Now let's set up React Router DOM. So the first thing you need to do is you need to import a number of items. So I'll just come here. I think maybe I can just do a shortcut. So browser. I'm depending so much on Visual Studio Code, shortcut, and it's failing me. Anyway, I'll just do it like this, and I'll say I'm importing it from, this is gonna be React Router DOM. Yeah. Okay, so what are we importing? We're importing 3 items. The first is our browser router. So browser router, okay, so it's helping me out now. Then routes plural, then route singular. Okay, so those are the 3 things we are importing. Great. Now let's come to this statement here, and first off, I'll just have a fragment, and because there's stuff I'm going to do later, that's why I actually need a fragment. Now we'll now have a browser router first. Browser router, come on, help me out. All right, now inside the browser router, we're now going to have the routes plural. Tap that, and then we are now going to have each individual route that we need. So the first route that we're going to create here, let me just write it out, route UTEO, and it can simply just be something that we can just close. Okay, now this route is going to have some properties. The first is the path. So where do you want this route to go? So first we're going to create a home route, and what the next is, what components do you want to associate with this route? And for that, you specify the elements property, and that's going to be equal to the component is going to go inside these curly braces. But remember, we've not created any component, so at this point we're quickly going to create at least one component, and that's going to be inside the pages folder. So I'm going to come into my source and pages here, and I'll create another folder which I'm going to call home. Home. It's going to be small letter. And okay, maybe I'll create another folder here, so that the home is, I'll just create another folder, new folder in the home, in the pages folder. I'll call this auth. Yeah, let me just be sure that's the name of the folder. Okay, yeah, so that's the name of the folder. So we now have two here, so I just wanted the home to be on its own. Now inside of this home, I'm now going to create two files. So I'll come here, I'll say home.js, I'll hit enter, and then I'll say home.scss. So do another file, and this is going to be home.scss. Remember, when you're creating a component, it needs to start with a capital letter. Now as for this home.scss, remember that our styles folder, let me just quickly, this is the only time I'm going to go back to the styles folder. Okay, subsequently I expect that you know where it is. Okay, so you should have it beside you. Oh, where did I keep it? Sorry, let me just check. Okay, yeah, so this is our styles folder. Home.scss is right here. So just have the styles folder beside you so that you can easily just grab the style. So I'll just grab this style. Subsequently, I'm not going to do this to save time, and then I'm just going to come here in my home.scss file and just paste that in. Okay, so you see it's a SAS file, and then I'll just go ahead and save, and that's it. All right, so let me just do a quick RAFCE here. It's a shortcut that helps us create components, and I'll hit enter. So you're just gonna create a component there. Just to make it visible, I'll just make sure that it's a h1 tag I have in here, and then I'll say home inside of it. I'll go ahead and save, and I can now reference this home component from this app. So inside of my route here, I'll just have my home, and then I'll close that up like this. I expect that I'll be able to auto import it. So let me just do control and control and space bar, and then you see it here. So if I click on that, you see that I've imported the home. Okay, so now I can go ahead and save this file. Now this is moment of truth, so let's come back here and let's refresh. Oh, it should refresh by itself anyway, but if it doesn't, I'm just going to refresh the page just to be sure. I'll go back to my okay, then okay, so it has refreshed, and you see here we now have home. So that's about it for setting up our router, right? So in the next one, we're now going to start building all of our pages starting from the home page. All right, see you in the next one then. All right, so now let's take a look at the home page. You see here we have a header that contains, a logo and some link or buttons at this point here. Then we now have the main content and then the footer. So we're going to start by building out the header. And so I just got to come here, and because see, the main page is the home page, this header and footer, they are going to be components that we'll put inside the components folder, but the main page is the home page. So here I'll come here and let me click on this guy. Okay, oh, I think I did that twice. Great, so let me close this home page first because that's not where I want to start. It's the components guy here that I'm going to start with, and I'll create a folder here. I'll call that header. Yeah, hit enter. I'll create another folder, new folder, and I'll call this footer. And okay, great, so let me just start from the header. creating two files inside of it. The first is going to be header.js, and I'm going to create the accompanying CSS file. But because I already have this file, you know where to check for it. I'm just going to drag it and drop it inside of this header folder. So drop it. So you see I have my own header.scss. You know where to get yours, so just get it and let's continue. So for the header, I'll do my shortcut RAFCE, and I just want to show you this shortcut is coming from an extension, and I think it's it has ES7 in its name. So let me just type ES7. Okay, yeah. Okay, let me just locate it first. So I just typed React instead, and this is it. ES7 React Redux React Native Snippet. I think this is it. So if you want to do some of those React shortcut component, and this is what you need to install, so just go ahead and install it and we continue. So I'll come back here, and so this is what I did here. I just said RAFCE, and then it's just going to create a React snippet. Most of the time we don't need this import React from React, but most of the time we're going to import other things like use state, use effect and stuff. So I like to just leave it there first until I'm sure I don't need it. Anyway, as for our header, what we're just going to do is we're just going to look at the finished project, and then we're going to cook up our header. So this is what we're cooking up here. So I gotta come here, and first off, let me import my CSS file. Import and /header.scss. right now I'm actually using just SCSS because I could have used modules, so header.modules.scss, but I just really want to, I don't want to waste so much time having to type styles dots, then the name of the style and all of that. So I just want to be a little bit direct and fast with the project. Okay, so let's come here, and I'm going to remove this guy and change this to header tag. So header. Great. Inside of the header, what do we have? We have this logo and these links here. So I'll come here and I'll just put everything inside a nav. So nav tag, you want to be semantic with your HTML. And then let's just have a div that's going to have a class name of logo. So tap that and come here. So the div is going to have a React icon. So this is actually a React icon, and then this is some text. So for the first time in the project, I'm just going to show you how React icon works. I expect that many of you already know it, but you just need to go to the website reacticons.github.io. So this is it right here. Alright, so I'm on the website, and just look at the URL extension just so that you can be sure. Now I'm just going to type login to search for a login icon. So you see there are several of them, but I think the one I used is the one that starts with a B. So this one, by login. If you just click on any of this icon, it's going to be automatically copied to your clipboard, so we even get a notification there. Great. I'll come back here and I'll shrink this guy up. And how do you use it inside your project? So you just use it like a component. So Control V, and then you close that. Now let me see if I can auto import this guy, and unfortunately I can't. So let me show you how you import it. You say import, and you put the name of the icon inside your curly braces, and you're importing it from, this is coming from React icons, and then you say / the name of the first two letters. Yeah, so BI. That's it. That's how you use it. Then this icon can have a size property. So size, and then I'm just going to set the size to 35. I think it's in pixels, but you just leaving the number there is fine. 35 pixels. Great. Then I'll come down. Remember, our login tab has this icon and some text. So here, that text is going to enter a span, which is just going to say auth:/z. Yeah, that's my name, Zeno. Great. So now we've been able to have the icon. Next, let's do something else, which is the links. So I'll just put it inside an unordered list. So UL, let me just give some space. So UL, it's going to have a class name of home links, home-links. tap that and open that up. So inside of that, we're just going to have the first one we have is oh, okay, you can't see it. I need to log in first, so let me just log in so that I show you. Okay. Oh, I wonder why the username and password is not showing up. Oh, okay, I know why. So at, I think it's Zeno123. Oh, okay. Well, I think I'll just do that later because I'm actually developing on localhost 3001 right now. I'm opening this stuff on 3001 while I developed on localhost 3000. So maybe I'll just come back to that, or I'll have to just deploy the application to the cloud. All right, but let's just finish this up. So for the header, we're just going to have 3 links, right? So the first link is just going to be the link that shows the user's profile and, you know, stuff like that. So here I'm just going to have a list item. And inside that list item, we're just going to have a link because, okay, first we're going to have a React icon. So let me just grab the icon. So subsequently, I'm not going to be, you know, going to React icon to copy icons. I'll just grab them and paste them in and then just import them. So this is FA circle. So let me just import that. I'll duplicate this guy and I'll change this to the name FA user circle. And of course this is going to change to FA. Great. Then I will add just a paragraph. Mind you, this list element here is going to have a class name of flex center. So it's one of my utility classes dash flex hyphen center. I created some utility classes to help me with any project I'm building, so it really makes things fast. Now the text that's we're just going to put here is going to be a paragraph, and I would give it a class name of, you know what, let me just be sure. That's coming from, so that's going to be color white. So dash color and white. All right, so now the text inside of this paragraph is just going to say hi, then my name. So here, for example, I'm just going to say hi Zeno, and then I'll just have this guy there. Great. All right, so let me just go ahead and save and see what we have so far. Taking a while to compile. Perhaps I should refresh the page myself. Oh, okay, it's not going to show because I have not put this header on, you know, the home page. So permits me to just go to the home page and reference the header. So I'll just come here and say header, and like so, and then I'm also going to import it. Go ahead and save, and now we should be able to see it on this page here. So it's compiling. So okay, so it has finished compiling, and oh, okay, I think maybe there's something we missed in the header. All right, so we did not give it our class name. So let me just give this header a class name of header and save that. And of course, that should just add our styles to the header. Great. So you see what we have here. Now let's just add the remaining 2 links. All right. So I got to come here and I'll just come down after this first link here and create another link. So link, tab that, and this next link is going to be our, let me see, it's going to be our login link. All right, so I'll put it inside a button. So button, this button is going to have a, okay, let me tab it first so that you see it clearly. I'll give it a class name, and it's going to use our utility classes of dash btn and dash btn hyphen primary. So these are utility classes, is all in our index.css file. Then I'll just have a link. So let's have a link tag that we are going to import from React Router DOM. So import that. Then this link here, we're just going to say that it's going to, of course, the text is going to say login, and then we're just going to have a to, and that's also going to point to inside quotes / login. All right, I've not created a route here, but we're going to get around creating that. Then next, we're going to have a we're going to have a profile link. All right, so that means we're going to have 3 links. So let's have a profile link. So I'll just duplicate this guy here and change this to profile. Then it's also going to go to /profile. All right, so but it's not going to be a button. We don't want it to be a button. So you know what, I'm just going to remove the button around it like so. Yeah, so it's just going to be a link. Now for the profile link, when the user is on that profile page, we want it to have like an active class, like a line under it. For us to achieve that, I'm going to change this to nav link. So it's not just going to be link, it's going to be nav link. So I'm going to import it as well from React Router DOM. So import it. Great. Now this nav link is going to have a class name. So here I think I'll just add it after the 2 and I'll just say class name and I'll tab that. All right, so I will not want to add that class name here so that the class name is not too long. I want to make it dynamic. So I'll just create a variable and call that variable active class. Sorry, active link rather. I'll copy that and then I'll just go up and create it. But before I create it, let me just create a logout button. So I'll copy this guy and just come down here and paste it, and I'll just make this logout. So I'll come here and I don't even want it to be the link. It's not going to be a link. It's just going to be the button that says log out. Yeah, and this is going to change to button secondary. So button secondary, this should be SEC. Okay, then is there any other thing I need to do? It's going to have an on click, but for now we don't need to worry about that. So now let's attend to this active class name. So I'll just go up and create the active class name for the nav link. How am I going to do that? Well, I will just come outside of the component. Is actually fine to slot that. So const and paste that in. That's going to be equal to, now the nav link property here or element here has an object that is attached to it. So here we can now use an arrow function to access it and do something or perform something based on that. Now that object has a property called isActive. I'm destructuring that object that is attached to this nav link element, and I want to get out the isActive class. All right, so now that I've destructured the isActive class from the object that is attached to this nav link, I can now do something based on whether this isActive class is true or false. Now this thing I'm doing right here, I explained it bit by bit in my React course, but of course I cannot explain everything bit by bit here. If not, we're going to sleep on the front end. So but here what I'll just say is, I'll say if isActive is true, then ternary operator, I want the class name to be, so I'm just going to use a backtick here. Is the backtick required? Let me see. I don't think it's required. I'll just say if isActive is true, then I want the class name to be active. So that's a class we created, right? Else, else, like this, I want it to be empty. All right, so that works. This works. So I'll just go ahead and save this guy. And by the way, this isActive is coming from our index.css file, I think. All right, so if you come here now, you see that we now have our header complete, and it feels like we took too much time on this header. I don't know why. Maybe it's because it's one of the first videos, but we have the logo, we have the header. All right, so one thing I'll do before I leave here for the logo is that I want it such that when you click on this logo from any other part of the website, it goes to the home page. So here on the logo, I'll just add an on click property. So I'll say on click, and I'll set that to point to a function which I'll call go home. All right, now let's create that function. So I'll come here, I'll create an arrow function which I'm going to call go home, and for this I'm going to need use navigate. So from React Router DOM, I'll say use navigate. That's a React hook. All right, I'll cut that here, and then inside here let's just create a variable and call that variable navigate, and that's going to point to use navigate. So now basically I just want to say that when you click on go home, I want to navigate to the home page. So that's /. Great. So that's it. Go ahead and save, and I think I can say that for this part we are done with the header section. So in the next video we're going to create the footer and the home section. See you there. Alright, so now let's create the footer component, and I think I'll try and be a little bit faster with this one. So I'll go to my footer folder and I'll create a file inside of it, which is going to call the component. So footer.js. Alright, footer.js, I'll hit enter on that one, and I'll do my shortcut RAFCE, and that's it. So for the footer.js, we have something very simple. So let me just come here to the home page. This is what we have for the footer. So let's come in here and I'll just get rid of this stuff. I'll make this a fragment and I'll open this up like so. So first off, we're going to have a horizontal rule HR that, I needed to give it a class name. So HR, I'll give it a class name of, I'll just change the color. So -- color -dark. Right, so my utility class are really coming in handy. So that's the first one. Then under it, I'm just going to have a div which is going to have a class name of flex center. So -- flex -center. Let me just tab it, open it up, and I think I gave it another. So I wanted it to have some padding on the top and bottom. So I say -- padding py top and bottom of 2 rems. Then I want it to have a background color, so bg of gray. And then inside of it, I'm just going to have a paragraph, so p, that will say all rights reserved. All right, then I'll just have my copyright symbol. So we're using a HTML entity for this one, and copy, and then I'll just close that with a colon and 2023. Great. So that's it for the footer. I'll go ahead and save, and I'll just put it in my home page so that I can at least see what I've done. So let's say footer and close it up and import it. Aha. If I go ahead and save, then you should see that we have a footer here. Aha. So this is what the footer looks like. Very simple. So in the next one, we're going to create the body of the home page. See you there. Alright, so now let's build the home component itself. So what I got to do is inside of this guy here, I'll just change this h1 to a section. So section, and then I just got to remove everything. So by the way, let's look at the finished products of the home component. So you see here that we have 2 sections kind of. So there's this text and then there's this image, this hero section here. So great. So I'll just come here, and first off, I'll give this section a class name. So class name of is going to have container and hero. Yeah. And then I'll open it out. Now we're not going to have a div that will first have the text. So hero -text, and tap that. I'll just duplicate it to save time. So this one is going to contain the image. I think it's hero image I just used. Okay, so now let's bring down the hero text. So what do we have inside this hero text? Basically, we just have first of this h2. Yeah. So to save time, I'll just grab that, and then I'll just come here and say h2. Okay, so h2, paste that in. What do we have next? We have some paragraph. So this is the first one. Oh, sorry, let me grab this one. Why is it grabbing everything? I just want to grab this one. I don't think I took the what's it called? Anyway, let me just paste that in, and then I'll just add the full stop manually. Then the last one is this bit of text. Aha. So I think we're a little bit fast with this one. Tap that, paste that in. What do we have next? We have these buttons. Yeah. So what I gotta do is after the last paragraph here. Oh, sorry. After the last paragraph here, I'm just going to come down here, and then I'll just have like a div that will hold my buttons. So I'll say I'll say hero -buttons, like so. And then I'm also going to give it a class of flex start. So -- flex -start. tap that, and we're just going to have two buttons. So the first one is, let's just say button, and dot, our utility class comes here, so dot dash dash btn. Then the first one is going to be btn primary, so I'll say dash dash btn hyphen primary. Now this button is just going to say, let me look at it. So the first one is register, the second one is login. So let's do that. Register, and then I'm just going to duplicate the button very quietly. Aha, this one is going to be button, oh, I think the first one was button danger, so button danger, and the second one was button primary that says login. Okay, good. Now the next thing we have is the hero image section. See this image bar, we already have it in our assets folder. So if you don't have the assets folder, go to our styles GitHub repository and grab it. I'm going to import my image here, and by the way, I don't think I've imported the SCSS file for the home page. So let me say import /home.scss. Great. So now let me import my image. So I'll say import, I'll call it login img. Is that what I called it? Okay, yeah, that's the name of the image because it looks like this, you know, login blah blah blah. So login img from, it's located in the assets folder. So we first go one step up, another step up, and then we'll now go into the assets folder. Then we'll now locate the login.svg. See, everything is working out fine. Okay, so we'll come back here and we'll now have our image tag, so img, and it's going to have a dynamic source. So we use our curly braces and we'll point it to the login img. Well, that's not dynamic, it's just pointing to something else like a variable. Anyway, the auth, we're going to say inventory. No, we're going to say auth is fine. Okay, and yeah, so let's go ahead and save this guy and let's watch what we've done so far. Aha, so this is what we have. So we just have the page, it's all laid out well, right? So in the next video now, we're going to start building the auth pages. So by auth pages, I mean the register page, the login page, the reset password, and everything that's concerned with the auth. We'll build it out in the next one. Now there's one thing we need to do before we proceed, right? And that is we need to be a little bit analytical with how we build our application. See this home page here, we slotted in the header component and the footer component. Now when we build other pages, like for example when we build the profile page, the admin page and all of that, we are also going to need to slot in the header and the footer component in there, right? So let's just do it in one place and just be able to reuse it. So what I'm going to do is I'll create another component. I'll call that component layout. So let's come to our components folder and I'll just create a new folder in here and I'll say layout. Inside of this one, I'll create a file which I'll call layout.js. So what do we want to do inside layout.js? Well, first let's just create a array fce to create a component. Aha, so now inside of this layout is where I will now have my header. So I'll use a fragment, then I'll just have my header. So header, okay, maybe I should have just done like this so that I can just auto import it. So header, and then I'll close. Then I'll have the footer, and then I'll do the same. Oh, auto import it. Aha, so in between the header and the footer, right, I'm going to have a div which I'll just, okay, let me just have my div first. So this div, I'll give it a special class. I want it to have some special padding. So for that, I just created a pad utility class. Inside of this guy, I'm going to have a curly braces, and what I want to point to is my children prop. So let's bring in the children prop. All right, so I'll say children, and the children prop represents whatever goes in between this layout opening and closing tag wherever you're using it. So here I'll just refer to the children here, children. Yeah, okay, great. Now there's one more style I want to add to this div, and I'll just say style. I'll actually write it in line. So style, I'll give it a mean height. So mean height of 80% of the viewport height. So 80 VH. All right. So that's about it for the layout component. I'll go ahead and save this guy, and let me show you how we'll now modify this thing. So I'll come to this home page and I'll get rid of the footer tag. So that's one, and get rid of the header tag. Now what we can do is we can surround this section here with the layout component, but for me, I think I prefer to just do it in the app component. So I've saved this file. Now if you come here, oh sorry, let me bring up my, so if you come here, you'll notice that we don't have a header and a footer. Yeah, so that's not a problem. What I can now do is that I can now come to this app component, and this home component here, I'll just wrap it around my layout. So layout, and I would import it, and then I'll just do a opening and closing tag. Oh, it's not opening and closing. Okay, no problem. That's not a problem. I'll just write it by myself. So layout, aha. So you see we have opening and closing for the layout. I'll just grab this home here, cut it, Ctrl X, and then just slot it in, Ctrl V, and then I'll save. All right, so you see we now have it back. So header, footer, everything works perfect. So for a component where I don't want it to have a layout, I'll just omit wrapping it with a layout. For example, for my, let's say, login component, for example, it doesn't have a header or a footer, so basically I'll just not wrap it with a layout component. All right, so that's about it for the layout component. I'll see you in the next one. All right, so now we're going to start building out the auth pages, and there are actually 6 pages in total, and this is how we're going to structure it. So I'll come to my file explorer, and I'm going to create a new folder inside of the page. Oh, I already created it. So auth. Now inside of this auth, let me start by creating a login component, yeah, or a page. So login.js, and then I have the styles that will be used for all of my auth related pages. Now let me just drag it in, and I'm sure you know where to find yours. So just go to our repository and grab your styles. Aha. So for this auth related pages, I used CSS modules. So this is actually auth.modules.css, and I think it's the only file that I actually use CSS modules, because I don't want any situation where my styles will clash when it comes to my auth pages. Yeah, because I'm using 6 pages and 1 style sheet. All right, great. So for my login, let's actually just first create a component, RAFCE. I'll do that, then I'll save that, and then I'll come to my app.js. Now this app.js, I'm going to create the route for the login. So we already have one route here. I think I'll just duplicate this route. I'll duplicate it like this, and I would now say the path should be /login. Right, then what components do I want to point to? Now if you come to the finished project, you will see that, let me go to the login, and I got to deploy the finished project so that I don't have any issues or errors. Okay, so now you see that for the login page, we don't have any header or footer, which we saved inside of our layout. So for this login route, I'll just get rid of this layout. Okay, so you see why we actually had to put that, header and footer inside the layout. We can use it anywhere, and we can choose to ignore it anywhere. Then I will change this component, of course, to login, and I'll auto import it as well, and then I'll save. All right, so what that means is that anytime we click on this login button, it will take us to the, it's very small text here, but we are in the login component. Great. So now let's get to build out the login component, and I'm going to look at the finished project so that I can know how I'm structuring things out. So I'm going to come here, and let's just get rid of this text for now, and then we have a div. Now this div is going to have a class name. Oh, sorry, first off, let me import the CSS. So I'm going to say import, and this is going to be styles, and I'm importing styles from my /authmodules.scss. Great. Now for this guy here is going to have a class name, so I'll say class name, class name. Okay, great. So the first is not going to be just styles. I'm going to use backticks. So because first off, I want it to have a general class of container, right? Then I want it to have a specific class that is found inside of this auth module.scss file. So I'll just use my string interpolation syntax, and then I'll just point to that class. So it's going to be styles dots, and the name is auth. All right, so that's it. Then now, what do we have inside? So I think I should just shrink this up a little bit so that I can see what we have here. Great. Oh, okay. I still need to shrink up my browser. Yeah. Okay, so what do we have first? So first, if you look very closely, you see that we have, this is a card, right? What that means is that we need to create a card component that will hold everything inside of this guy here. So I'm just going to do that very quickly. I'll come here to my component. It's going to be a component, so I'll come inside the components folder and I'll create a new folder which I'm going to call card. Right now, inside of this card, I'm going to have a file that I'll call card.js. Yeah, great. I'll do array fce to create a component, save that, and then let's just create the card very quickly. Now this card is going to have a couple of styles, so you know where to find the styles. Just go to the styles repository. For me, I'll just drag the styles and just drop it inside of the card component. So you see I now have card styles here. Great. Now let's import that card styles, and this is also going to be import styles from, where is it located, / card module scss file. All right, so how do we want this card component to be? Well, it's just going to be okay, let me just come here and get rid of this. It's just going to be a div with a class name of, so this is going to be styles.card. So styles.card, and then I'm just going to open that up. Yeah. All right. Now, this card is going to be something that wraps around other components. So whatever component it wraps around, for example, you see this card here is wrapping around this login button, form, and everything. So everything it wraps around is going to be considered as the children. So here I'm going to destructure and have my children. Yeah. All right. But also I want this card to have what is known as a card class. So that's going to be a unique class that will be associated with the card when you use it anywhere. All right, so here I'm going to say styles.card first. Yeah, then you know what, let me just put this inside a string interpolation syntax. So I'll just have my backticks like so. Okay, great. So I'll first have the first one, which is going to be my styles.card. Yeah, then I'll have another one which is going to be my card class. Yeah. Okay, something is wrong here. Oh, okay, my string interpolation syntax was outside of this guy, so let me just arrange it. Something is wrong. Oh shit, something is wrong here. You know what, let me first put my children in here. So I'll just put my curly braces and say children, and then I'm just going to get rid of the class entirely, the class name, and then I'll just start again. Yeah, so everything is clear right now. Now I'll start again. So I want a class name, so class name, tap that, and it's going to be inside curly braces. Then I'll put my backticks. Okay, so everything is going to be fine right now. So the first class I want to point to, I'll use my string interpolation syntax. Then the second class I want to point to, I would also use my string interpolation syntax. So what's the first class? It's going to be styles dot card. Okay, then the second class is going to be the card class. which is this class that is right here. Okay, so this is how everything should be. Sorry about the whole, you know, red marks and errors everywhere, but this is our card component essentially. So let's go ahead and save this guy, and then let's just head over back to our login component. So in the login component, we're going to have our card components like this, right, that will wrap around some items. So let's make sure we import it. Aha, so that's it right there. So we've imported it. Great. So now what I want to do is I want to break this video into two, and in the second video we're now going to build out the components of this login. So this icon, the text, the buttons, the forms, everything that will come in the second video. All right, so now let's complete the component of this login component, or the content of the login component rather. So what I got to do is, first off, inside the card, and I just have a div. So the first thing is we want to create this icon and then the text. So we're going to have a div, and I'll give that div a utility class of flex and center. Basically I just want to center everything inside the div, and then the icon is coming in here. So like I said, I'll just grab the icon and slot it in. Now you know where to find the icon, React Icons website, which we've seen before. And okay, so I did something wrong here, sorry about that. Let me just grab the icon, and then I'll just slot in the icon. I'll try to auto import it just to see if Visual Studio Code helps me, and of course it does help me. So I'll just auto import that, and you see here we give the icon this size and then the color. Great. Below the icon, however, is where I'll now slot in my H2 that will just say login. All right, then I'll come below this guy and create another div with utility class of flex and center, where I'm just gonna have my button. So this is actually a Google button that comes from Google itself, but what I want is I just want to have just a regular button for now. Then maybe later when I'm working with Google API itself, I will now, you know, integrate this Google generated button. All right, so I hope you get what I'm trying to do here. So but for now I'm just gonna have a button, regular button, and it's gonna have a class name of --btn, then maybe --btn. I'll just say, I think I have one btn Google. Yeah, I have that class somewhere. Then I'll just say login with Google, login with Google, and then I'll just save that. Oh, by the way, I think I should even see what we are doing just to make sure that, okay, so something is wrong here, and that is because let me take a look at this stuff. Okay, that is because this our card, we should first have a div that surrounds everything. You know what, let me just show you. So this card here, I'm gonna have a div. I'll say dot, let me just create div first. So div, and this div is going to have a class. So class name, sorry, and then because this is the login form, I'm just going to give it a class name of, so we're going to say styles dot form. Okay, all right, so now this card, I'm going to take this div, Control X, the closing div, and I'll wrap it around every other thing inside the card. So this is where the card ends. I'll just put it there, and yeah, so hopefully that should solve this issue we're having here. I'll save that. Aha, so you see it has solved our problem. So that was what we missed out. In fact, that's why it's good to always look at what you're developing as you're, you know, building it out. Anyway, so this is where we are. We've created the login with Google button. Aha, so what is next? So we just have this text, and then we have the form proper. Great. So for that, I will just come below. Let me show you. So I'll come below this div here, and let me close this guy so that we have a lot of space. Okay, so just below the closing div, first off, I will have a break, a line break. So have a line break, then I will just have a text. So this is just going to be a paragraph text that will just say or. Yeah, now let me give this text some class. because if you save this text now, let's see what we have. So you see, this is where it is. However, what we want is we want it to be in the center, and we want it to be a little bit bold, or to be bolder. So here I'll just come and say class name, and I have utility classes for all these basic things. So the first one is text hyphen center, and the next one is font weight FW and bold. Yeah, so if you save that now, you see that this thing will just fly to the center here. Great. So what do we have to do next? Well, we have to create a form. So if you come here, you see this is our form. All right, so I'm going to come back here, and just below my paragraph, I'm just going to give some space. Let me just give some space so that you know. Aha. So here I'm just going to say form and tap that. Sorry. For now, I'm just going to get rid of the action, and this form should have a class name as well. Or no, it doesn't need a class name. So we've already incorporated the class from the top. So here, however, I'll just have an on submit, which I'm going to set to login user. Okay, so as far as this login user is concerned, you know what, let me just hold on for the on submit. Let me just create the layout of the form first. Great. So now for this layout of the form, what do we have? Well, we have an input field. So I'll say input and tap that. This input is going to be a type of email because you want the user to log in. Yeah, then it's going to have a placeholder as well. That placeholder is going to say email as well. It's going to be required. So that's one. Then let's give it a name. So name is going to be email as well, and it's going to have a value. So if I give it a value, that means I have to create a state that will be attached to that value because I'm using controlled inputs. So let me just say value, and that's going to be equal to, so first off, I'll just leave it empty. Then I would have an excuse me, I'll have an onchange. All right, so this is it here, and the onchange is going to point to a function which I will call handle input change. Okay, all right, so there are two things we need to do. First, we need to create a use state that will point to this guy. Then we need to create this handle input change. So while I'm here, since I'm already creating the functions, I'm now going to add my on submit, which is going to point to login user, because that's what we want this function to do. Want it to log in the user. Great. So now I'll just come up and create the state very quickly. First off, let me import use state. So use state snippet, and then I'll just import use state escape. Okay, so import it from React. So this is it right here. Now this is going to be email. This is going to be set email. All right, so that's one, and initially it's going to be an empty string. Now let's create the first function. So here I'll just say arrow function, and remember it's the first one is to handle the input change. Handle input change. I was actually expecting this autocomplete to help me. Then the second function will be to login user. So you see, we're not really doing anything in the function. We are just creating them first, right? That's the first thing we're doing. So here, instead of leaving this value empty, now I can come here and say email. That's going to be the value. So it's just, yeah. So now next we're going to create for the password. So I'm going to come down here, and you know what, to make things fast, I can actually just duplicate this first input. Let me save it so that it's, you know, now I'll just duplicate this input like this. So you see we have the email here, which is great. Then I'll just change the details of this one. So this one is going to be a type of password. So because I'm going to have it in a number of places, I can do it once, here, and here. So I'll just say password. Then for the placeholder, maybe I'll just make only the placeholder capital letter. So password. All right, so now let's create a password state. So I'll duplicate this guy, and then I'll just change this to you know, maybe I should do it together. Oh, okay, password, and I'll do that here as well, password, and just make this one capital letter. Aha, now we've been able to create the email and the password. The last thing we just need to add to this guy to just make it very complete is a button. So here I'll just come here and say button, and it's going to have a class of dash dash btn, then another class of dash dash btn primary. Aha, then I'll tap that, and the button is just going to say, what does it say? Let me just check to be sure. It says login. Okay, so here I'll just say log in, and this button is going to be a type of submit. So when you click on the button, it can submit the form. When you hit enter on the form, it can also submit the form. Great. So now let me go ahead and save, and let's see if we have our form truly. Aha, so we have our form, except that this button we want it to be block to full this length. So you know what I'm going to do? I'll just add an extra class here in my button. So I have a utility class, so it's called btn-block. And if you save that, voila, you see that we just have a big button, which is great. So what do we have next? Well, at the bottom of the button or the form, we have this forgot password text, and then we have this text at the other at the bottom here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to come below the form. So where does the form end? This right here. And oh, okay, let me look at my finished project. Or I think I can be here and do it. So I'll just come below the form, and I'll just have a link. So this is an actual React link, which I'm going to import from React Router DOM. And this link is going to go to, what does it say first? It says forgot password. Okay, and it's going to go to a route that we've not created before, and the name of that route is the /forgot. So we're going to create that eventually. All right, so now let's come down. After the link, what do we have? We have this bit of text. So there's this link, some text between it, and then there's this link. Yeah, so we're going to put that inside a span tag. I'll say span, and let's just open that up. Now this span tag is going to have a class name. So here I'll just say class name, and I'll just call it styles.register. All right. Aha, so what do we have? So first off, we have a link. You know what, let me just grab this link to save myself some time. So if I have this link, I can simply just grab it and paste that in. So what does this link say? It says home. So I'm just going to say home. And where is it going to? Well, it's going to the home page. Right after the link, what do we have? We have a bit of text, so some paragraph tab, and it's just going to have this text. So let me just paste in a link again. The second link is going to the register page. That's why I actually named this styles.register. Anyway, let's just come here and change what this second link says to register. Then here we're just going to change this to register as well. Right, so now in between the two links, we have some text that says don't have an account. So I'm going to copy that and just paste that in here and then save. And then let's look at the finished project and see. Aha, so you see, so we have these guys here, but there's something here though. You see that the text is so close to both links. So I just want to have just a little bit of space here, and I think I can do that with an HTML entity just to make things a little bit easy for myself. So I'll just say and NBSP. That's like a space. Then I'll just copy that and put that at the end as well, and then I'll save. That will just generate some space at the beginning here and at the end. Very simple. So as far as I'm concerned, this is what we need for our login form or our login page or login component. So in the next one, we're now going to create the page for the register components. All right, see you in the next one then. All right, so now let's proceed. If you look at the finished project, then this login page, you notice that this is our password input field. It has this eye icon that if you click on it, it reveals the password that you've typed into the field. If you click on it again, it hides it. Essentially, it toggles the visibility of the password. Great. So what we are going to do to achieve this, because we need this functionality in different places, for example, like in register now, we need this functionality here as well. What we are going to do to achieve this is that we're going to create a component and have this password input inside of it. So I'll come back here, and I think I can close some of these things I'm not using so that we have a lot of space. So I'm not using the home as well and the card. Okay, great. So now I will come to my components and I'll create a password input component. So let's put it inside a folder, and I'll say password input. You know what, let me just copy that. Aha, so now inside this guy, let me first create the component. So password input.js, then I'll just drag in my CSS file. So you know where to find the CSS file. I will just bring in my password input CSS file. Great. So now let's start working on the JS file or the components. I think I need to expand this guy just a little bit. Okay, so array-fce, and I'll create a component here. All right, so I would first import the styles. So I'll say import and // password scss, and then I would go to my login. Where is my input for my password? This right here, I'll just copy it. Right, I'll just copy it. I'm not deleting it here, just copy it first and then slot it inside of this div. Yeah, now this div, yeah, you want it to have a class name of password. Yeah, okay. Now there are many things that we are going to make dynamic in this component. For example, let's just come here first and just have the structuring. All right, so the value is going to be dynamic, the placeholder is going to be dynamic. So let's just start slotting them in. So first off, we want the placeholder to be determined from the component where it is used. We also want the value here to be dynamic, then on change. So what happens when, you know, a user types into that field? That's the on change property. Then also there's one more thing I want to add, and that is on paste. Okay, you're going to see what that is shortly. So here, let's now see the placeholder. We're going to remove this guy and point it to the placeholder. Okay, the placeholder prop. Then the name, okay, I didn't make the name dynamic. The name is also going to be dynamic, so let me just add it here. So name, add a comma. Great. So the name, let's make that dynamic as well. So this is going to be name. The value is also going to be dynamic value. On change. Yeah. So now for CHANGE, okay, so now for this password type, we're going to need to create a state that will enable us to toggle this password type. So let me just show you. So first of all, I'll come here and I'll create a state. So use state, and let me just use my state. I'll call this state show password, and I'll just make the second one capitalized, so capital letter S. And initially this is going to be false, so it's going to be boolean false. Don't forget to import use state from React. All right, so now I'm going to have a function, so arrow function, and that function is going to be responsible for toggling this password, right, from, you know, being visible to being invisible. So here I'll call this function toggle password, like so. And technically, or basically, what this function wants to do is it will say set show password to the opposite of whatever it is, so not show password. Okay, now how are we going to use this password? How are we going to use this function? Rather, this class name here, or sorry, this type here, I'm going to come here and just get rid of it. We don't want it to be password, rather we want it to be dynamic. So I'll say that, look, if show password is equal to true, right, then I want the input type to be text, else I want it to be password. So let's use the ternary operator for that. And I think that's it basically, except that we want this what's it called, we want this toggle password to be called or to be fired when you click on an icon. So but we don't have that icon yet. So what we're going to do next is we're now going to bring in this icon. So how do we do that? I'm just going to come below this input, so just below the input here, and I'm just going to have a div with a class name of icon and tap that. Yeah, now this div with the class name of icon, on this div I would have an on click, and that's where I'll now point to my toggle password. So but what is going to be the content of this div? Essentially we're just going to have the icons inside of this div here. So there are two of them, don't forget. So I'll come inside here and I'm just going to have my curly braces, because this is also going to be dynamic, and I'll say that if show password is equal to true, right? So if the password is visible, then I want to show a particular icon, else I want to show another icon. So let's just do it step by step. So the first icon I want to show, I'm just going to grab that icon and bring it in. Remember, you know where all the icons are located, but to save time, that's why I'm bringing in the icon. So this is the icon that I want, the first icon, invisible. I think I need to auto import it. Has it imported itself? Oh no, it hasn't. Okay, so I will import two of them together. The next icon, I'll just bring that in. So else, I'll just paste that in here like this. Now because there are actually two icons, this icon here is actually different from this. So you see, one has a slash, one doesn't. Yeah, so there are two different icons. So let me try and auto import it, and unfortunately I cannot auto import it, so I'm just gonna have to manually type it out. I wish I could save some time and just, okay, you know what, since I've already done this before, let me just bring that in. So this is it. I've imported the two icons from React icons. Yeah, now we can proceed. So let me just take 1 second look at this stuff and just make sure. So that's about it for this area here, except that the on paste, I have not really done anything on the on paste. So what I'm going to do is I'll just come here and add it inside of my input, and I'll say on paste. That's the function that will fire off when you try to paste something into the input field. So I'll just say on paste here as well, and that's it. Now let's go ahead and save. The next thing we need to do is to bring in this component into our login component. So I gotta come to my login component, and instead of having this input field here, I'm just going to comment out this input field, right? I'm leaving it for you. It's not like I cannot delete it. I don't need it anymore. I'll come here and then I'll bring in my password input. Sorry, let me come down, and it's a component, so password input. So I'm bringing it in / and I'll close it. Now let me go ahead and save, and then let's see it in our project. So it takes a couple of seconds to compile, and we should see it right here now. Aha, so you see now we now have this icon here, and if we click on this icon, we can now see the password. If we uncheck it, you know, it's disappeared. So what we need to do next is let's just you know, point to the respective props for this password input. So remember, in the password inputs, we made most of the attributes dynamic. For example, the placeholder, the name, and all of that. So I'm just going to come to my login, and to make things a little bit faster, you know what I'm going to do? I'll just grab, you know, some of these things here. Yeah, I'll just grab them, I'll copy them, and then I'll just paste them in here like this. So let me just paste them in. Great. So now the placeholder, what's the placeholder going to be? It's going to be password, right? It's going to be okay. I don't need this required because I've already added it from the components. The name, what's the name going to be? Password as well. The value, password. On change, handle input change. So those are the 4 things we need, right? Because here we don't need to do any on paste because we're not pasting anything here. Good. Now let me go ahead and save and make sure that everything works fine. And just to be sure, to make sure that I can type into it. Oh, okay, I will not be able to type into it now because I'm not handling the you know, all of that. So anyway, this is it, and in the next one we're now going to start building the register components. See you there. All right, so now we're going to start building the register component, and since we've built out this component before, I think it's going to be a little bit easier. So first off, let's create that component. It's going to be inside of our auth folder. Anything that concerns authentication in the front end, we're going to dump it here. So inside of the auth folder, I will create a register component .js, and then I'll just hit enter. Now, instead of creating array fce to create a fresh template, I'll close this guy. I'll just come to the login and copy everything inside the login. So I'll copy that and come here and paste that in. Of course, there's going to be a problem. The name of this component is not login, it's register, right? And we also need to have it here at the top of the component as well. So this place here where we define this arrow function, register. That's it. Now let's create the route for this component. So I come here, I'll just duplicate this route we have here like this. I wish my browser, my Visual Studio Code could be a little bit wider. You know what, let me just do it. Yeah, so I've duplicated this guy, and I'll just change it to register. And then this is also going to change to register. See, I've auto imported it as well. I'll go ahead and save and shrink it back so that I can see what's on the page. Yeah, I'll go ahead and save, and I'll come back to the register. Now if I save this register, what this means is that I can come here to this guy here and click on this link, and it will go to the register component. The only thing is that it's the same thing as the login component. So now let's start making some changes. I'll come here and look at the already finished products of the register page. So this you have here, the icon and the text have changed. So let's come down here and let me see. Okay, so this is the icon. So like I've done before, I'll just grab the icon. Why? Because I want to save time, right? It doesn't make sense to go and start looking for an icon every time we want to use an icon when I already have it. So I'll just slot in a new icon here, and this is the icon we're going to use for our register. Yeah, and unfortunately I cannot auto import it, so I have to do that manually. So I'll come here. You know what, let me just change this one here. So I've put in that. Oh, sorry, I made a mistake there. Control Z. I have to copy the name of the icon, just the name of the icon. Copy that, and then I'm just gonna slot it. Oh, okay, I think I removed the whole icon. Okay, right here. I'll slot it right here, and this TI is gonna replace this BI. So TI, and then that's it. Then the text is also going to change from login to register. Okay, now this div you see here that holds this login with Google blah blah blah, I'm just going to remove it because technically I don't need that button there, or at least in the project I did not put that button there. I'm sure you get what I'm trying to do here. Then of course the or text, I'm going to remove it, then I'll save. Now let's see whether we are getting close to what we have. Aha, so we are actually getting close. Now this line break also I don't think is necessary, so let me just save that as well. Okay, so we're getting very close. So email, password. However, in the finished project we have the name, then email, then password, then confirm password. So to make things actually a little bit fast, what I'm going to do is, you see this state here that points to the email and the password. I'll just get rid of it and I'll create a new state. The new state I'll create, I'll call that state form data. Yeah, so let's say form data. That's because I want to group the states. So form data, and it's going to be equal to an object, but I'll assign that object to a variable. So I'll call that variable initial state. Yeah, great. Now let me create this initial state. I'll come outside of the component. I can put it outside. I'll say const initial state is going to be equal to an object. Now for this register component, and there are 4 pieces of states we need: the name, the email, the password, which I'm going to call like maybe password and then password 2, if you get what I'm trying to do here. So here I'll just come here and say name, and initially that's going to be equal to an empty string. Yeah, so add a comma and just duplicate that a number of times. So this one is going to be password, sorry, email, and this is going to be password, and this is going to, you know what, let me just duplicate this one, and this is going to be password 2, and I'll just get rid of this. So this is our initial state. Good. Now next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to destructure these pieces of state from this form data. So I'll just come below this guy here, and let me scroll up so that you can see what I'm doing, and I'll say const, sorry, and I'll destructure them from form data. So what am I destructuring? Well, I'm destructuring the name, the email, the password, and the password 2. Great. So what this means is that I can now use them individually. I don't need to say form data dot name, form data dot email, and you know what I'm trying to say. Great. So now I can go ahead and start working on my form. So for the form, the first thing we need is a name field. So I'll come here, duplicate this guy, and change the details here. So this is going to be a type of text. It's the placeholder is going to say name. It's going to be required. The name is going to say name as well, and the value is going to say name as well. Then the unchanged is just going to point to handle impute change, which we've not created, but don't worry, we're going to get to do that. The second one is the email, which we've already done before, so we don't have a problem with that. The third one is the password, which we've already done before. Now the last one, I think at this point I can get rid of this impute. I don't need it anymore here. So what I got to do is I'll just duplicate this password impute field like this. And what is it going to say? It's confirm password. So how do we do this? I'll say password. I'll say confirm password. And the name is going to be password 2, and that's it. So you see, because we've built out this thing before, it's a little bit faster for us. Let me save this guy and let's see our project. So you see, we now have 1 2 3 4, right? And then login. So we need to change this login to register. So come here, change this to register, and we don't need this forgot password here. We don't need it. So I'll just get rid of the link that says forgot password, and then I'll save. So you see, we now have this form and then the text, but this register here, we want it to say login. Already have an account, login. If you come to the finished project, you see that's exactly what we have. So let's do that quickly. So here I'll just say already have an account, then I'll change this to login. Go ahead and save, and let's see. So it works. Now what's the next thing we need to do, which we're going to do in the next video, right? What we're going to do in the next video is we're going to add this password strength indicator, if you allow me to use that word, and so that just to help the user, to guide the user on the fact that they need to have a strong password before they can submit the form. Okay, so that's what we're going to do in the next video. All right, thank you so much. I'll see you in the next one. All right, so now let's build out this password strength indicator. Now for us to actually be able to test out this password strength indicator, we have to handle the impute change. I wanted to leave the logic part for later, but it's necessary for me to build out at least the handle impute change function so that I can test out my password strength indicator as I build it. So I'm just going to come to this function here that handles the impute change. Yeah, and first off, let's give it an event here and event parameter, and then I'll just come here and destructure some things from the event.target. So this is going to be event.target. So what do I want to destructure from the event.target? Remember, we have properties like event.target.value. I'm sure you're familiar with that. Well, I want to destructure the name and the value. Okay, so because if you look here, you will notice inside the form, you will notice that we gave it a name and a value. So this is what we are tracking. Yeah, so I gotta come here, and now here what I want to do is I want to say that whenever this function is fired, I want to set form data, and it's open the parenthesis, and then it's an object. Initial state is an object, so you have to bring an object here, and then first off you destructure any former properties it has. So destructure form data, then I will now pair the name property with its respective value. Okay, this is something you should actually like have done before, and I'm getting this red. That is because I don't know. Okay, it has disappeared. It was Visual Studio Code was taking time to process what I wrote. All right, now what this means is that if I save this form now, what this means is that at least we can type into this form field like so. Do you understand? Before you couldn't, if without that function. Now we can type into the form field and we can monitor what happens when you do that. Great. Let's proceed. So like I said, I want us to build out this component you see here. Yeah, so for us to build out this component effectively, I'm going to create 4 pieces of state that will track these 4 conditions. That's what I want to do now. So so this is the first one, is upper and lower case. So let me just come down here and I'll just say use state. So use state. I'll just use the snippet and I'll just call this first one U case. This is uppercase, and I'll make it capitalized here. So I'll say set U case, and initially it's going to be false. So it's all of this is going to be Boolean false. Great. So now let me just duplicate this and change the properties here. So this is going to be num 1 2 3 4 5 num, which is going to represent numbers. Then I'll make this capital letter as well. All right, I'll duplicate this. Come on, help me out, Visual Studio Code. This one is going to be special character. So I'll just say S for special, then character, CHAR. Then this is going to be capitalized as well. So S. Then the last one is going to be password length. So pass length. Let's make this capital letter. I know these tags can be boring, this creating state and stuff, but we have to do it. It's part of programming. All right, so we've created some state that will monitor these 4 conditions, and currently all of them are set to false. So now we can go ahead and build out this guy, this part of the application here. So let's do that, and we need to scroll down to, I think it's just below the form. Okay, so sorry, just after the password input. So where's the password input? Before the button. Yeah, so this one. So let me just come down here and I'll add a comment, and that comment is just going to say password strength NGTH. Okay, so password strength, that's what this is. It's going to be inside a card. It has its own card, special card. So here we're going to create a card. I'll tap that. There's something I forgot to do, but I think I'll just do it after I do this. All right, so I'll tap that, and this card is going to have a special card class. All right, and that card class is going to be styles.group, because I just want to group several things together. That's why I just gave it that card class. Great. So now what do we have inside this guy? We have icon and what's it called? Text. However, if the conditions are not met, the icon changes. So you notice that there are 2 different icons that are involved in creating this password strength indicator. What I'll do to make things easier for myself is that I'll just put those icons outside here, outside of this markup here. I'll just put it, assign it to a variable. So let's just do it up. So I'll just scroll up, and where am I going to put it? I'll just put it below this state here. And the first one, I'll call the first one okay, I'll call it times icon. So times icon. It's a variable, so it needs to be const and times icon, and that's going to be equal to something. The second one is going to be the check icon, so check icon. Aha. So now this times icon, this is it here, and it's part of our React icons. So let me save some time, and then let me just grab the React icon and just slot it here. So you see it. It's our FA times icon. Color is red, size is 15. Just do that if you need to, and then I'll just import it. Thank God I'm able to auto import it today, saving me some time. Okay, then the next one is another icon. It's not exactly a FA icon, but I'll just, okay, so let me slot that in. So you see it's a BS icon. Right, now let's try to auto import it like this, and you see it's not auto importing. I think the FA icons are auto importing, but the other ones are not. I'm not sure, and I don't know why. I'll research and find out why. But let's just import it ourselves. So I'll just duplicate this guy and just change this to, sorry, BS. Let's see if it will, yeah, so that's it. BS check to all. Sorry, come on, what's going on? Help me out, Visual Studio Code. Okay, then I'll just change this one here to BS. Okay, great. So now I have the two icons that I need for this my stuff here, my password strength. Now let's come down to the password strength itself. So I'll just scroll down, and I think it was, yeah, so this is it, the password strength. So now what do we want to do inside of this password strength? Well, I want to have an unordered list, because this is just a list, 1 2 3 4. Yeah, so I'll just come here and I'll just have my unordered list. Inside this unordered list, however, let's give this unordered list a class name, and I'll just call it form list. So form hyphen list. Aha, we're making progress. Now we're going to have a list item, and this list item will contain a span that will give a class of, you know what, let me just have the span first. Now this span, I want to give it a class name of indicator. Class name, wow, Visual Studio Code is freezing. So class name, and that class name is going to be indicator. So styles dot indicator, yeah, great. All right, now we have two components inside. The first is the check or the icon, and the next is the text. But you see this icon, it's also dynamic. So what I need to do here is I would have a curly braces, and I'll say that for this first one now that is uppercase, I'll say that if upper case is equal to true, follow me closely, then I want the icon that displays to be check icon. So check icon, which is that icon we created up as a variable. Else, in other words, if uppercase is equal to false, in other words, if there's no uppercase and lowercase, then I want it to be the times icon. You get what's going on here? Now I'll come down here, then I'll now add the text. But before I add the text, I'll just add my entity that creates a space. So, and I'll say and NBSP. I'll close that, and then I'll just add the text. So the text just says lowercase and, where's my and symbol again, and uppercase. Okay, I think at this point I want to save and see if we have anything productive or meaningful on the page. So I'll save that, and I'll wait for it to compile. All right, fantastic. So now we have the, at least the first one, lowercase and uppercase. So the first one is in place, but there's something I want to do though. You see this guy here, you will have to do it in everything. So what I can do is I can put it inside a function that will switch the icon based on a condition, and that condition is if it is true or false. So that's this thing you see here. So I can come up here and after the icon, I'll just create a function. I'll call that function arrow function. It's an arrow function, and I'll call that function switch icon, because that's what the function does. So it's going to switch icon based on a condition. So therefore, it's going to have a parameter. So I'll call that parameter condition, and I'll just come here and open it up. So here I'll just say if condition is equal to true, then I want to return. So if the condition is true, then I want to return the check icon. So check icon. Else, in other words, if the condition is not true, if it's false, then I want to return. So let me just duplicate this one and bring it down. I want to return the times icon. Times icon. This one. Great. Aha. So watch what's going on here. This is programming. I'll come down here and then I'll see, where is it? I'll replace, I can't even find what I'm looking for. Okay, this is it here. So I'll come down here and I'll replace this guy with that switch icon function. So here I'll say switch icon. I don't know why it's not helping me out to complete this thing. I'll say switch icon. You know what? Let me make sure that it's switch icon. I named it switch icon. Let me copy that. Maybe because I've not saved it. Maybe if I saved it, it would have. Aha. So switch icon. So that's correct. And then I'll just slot in the condition. So what's the condition? Uppercase. So if uppercase case is true, then I want the switch icon to fire. Oh, I know why it's not highlighting. That's because it needs to be inside a curly brace like this. That's why it was not actually, highlighting itself. So now I'll comment out this one and save, and let's see if we'll get the same result. So I'll save and let it refresh. Okay, so I think it has refreshed. Let me even reload the page just to show you that it actually, aha. So you see, so instead of having this guy everywhere, we're just going to use the switch icon, and for the sake of simplicity, I'll just get rid of this one here. All right, so now because we don't want this video to be too long, I think we can actually finish the icons part. Let's just finish the icons part, then in the third one we're just going to do the others. So what's the second condition we have here? The second condition is the number. All right, so I'll just duplicate this list. I'll duplicate this list and I would change this to, let's see, switch icon, and this is going to be num. I think it's num, and then we're just going to change the text below it to number, and that's going to be 0 to 9. So 0, 0 to 9. Then what do we have next? We have special character. So let me save this one just to be sure, so that I don't waste time. Okay, so it works. So let's do the other one. So I'll duplicate the list one more time like this, and then I'll just say the condition here is S character, so special character, and then I'll just change the text as well to, you know what, let me just copy the text to save time, and then I'll just replace it here like so. Then the last one is at least 6 characters, and that's pass length. So I'll just duplicate this, and then I'll just say change this to pass length, yeah, and then I'll just say at least 6 characters. Great, I'll copy that and I'll slot that in here. Oh, okay, I missed the S in the special character. I'm sure you saw it. Many of the things you see while watching this tutorial, I don't see. All right, so let me go ahead and save this, and let's see the project we're currently building. And as you can see, we have the 4 of them. Now what we are now going to do in the next video is we're going to now write the function that when you're writing into this field, right, this will be changing based on what you do here if the conditions are met. All right, that's what we'll do in the next one. See you there. All right, so now let's write the function to monitor the input change, and then update the password strength indicator. So I'm going to come up here, handle input change. I think I'll just put it at the bottom here, and I'll just it's just going to be a use effect. So let's have a use effect here, and I'll just do like this, and I'll open it up with an arrow function, and I'll have my dependency array here. Just make sure that you've imported it from React. I think it has imported. Let me be sure. Okay, yeah, it has imported. So that's it right there. Great. So what we want to do is I'll just come here inside the use effect, and I'll just have an if statement. So if it's actually going to be an if else statement. So let me open that up, and else. Yeah, so that's it. Now the first condition we want to check is if this input field, sorry, if the password field has an uppercase and a lowercase. That's the first thing we want to check. So I'll come here, and we're going to use regex. So let me just add a comment here so that we know what's going on. So I'll add a comment here, and I'll say check lower and uppercase. Yeah, so I'm going to use regex for this stuff. Now regex is not something you memorize, trust me, right? I've built a lot of projects with regex in my 100 days of JavaScript course. Regex is not something you memorize. Just know the basics and know where to get it when you need it. So in our styles folder on GitHub, I have added an index.txt file, and I'm going to be updating the index.txt file based on anything that I need to add. So look at this code here, right? We're going to use all of these. So you know what I'm going to do? I'll just copy everything, yeah, like so, and then I'll just bring this down, and then maybe I should just put it on top. I'll paste that in like this, and I'll comment, or maybe I'll just leave it like this first. So when you want to check for lowercase and uppercase, this is the regex you use, right? You want to match for A to Z lowercase, A to Z uppercase, and then A to Z uppercase, A to Z lowercase. So you know what I'm going to do? I'll come here and say if password dot, and then I'll just grab this guy, Control X, or maybe I should just do Control C, so I'll still have it there. When I don't need it, I'll get rid of it. So you see, password dot match, and then all of that. If the password matches upper and lower case, what do I want to do? Well, I just want to set uppercase to true. You know, it's a boolean. Else I'll set it to false. SE, like so. So basically what I'm going to do is this, I'm just going to duplicate this and change the respective conditions, if you know what I mean. Or maybe I should actually just write an if else statement. So I'll just duplicate this for the next condition. And what's the next condition? Numbers. So here I'll say check for numbers, and for numbers this is what we use. So we just want to check for 0 to 9. So I'll just grab this guy, and then I'll just get, where's the second one? I'll just get rid of, yeah, so this is it, if password match. So I'll just get rid of all these guys here and just have my numbers. Okay, but this time we don't want to set upper and lower case, we want to set number. So I'll just do it at once. So set num, and I think that's it, to true and false respectively. What's the next one? Special character. So I'll just duplicate this guy and say check for special character, and let's go up and grab the one for special character. So this is it. I'll grab this guy, and then I'll just come down here and remove this number match, and then just have my special character match right there. And of course I need to change this to s car. So set s car, that's it. Yeah, then the last thing we need to do is to check for the length. So that's just going to be password.length. So check for password length. Okay, and that's just going to be, let me just get rid of this guy, and that's just going to be check for password length. So password, we'll check for password.length, small letter, sorry, and we want to make sure that it's greater than 5. So if it's greater than 5, then let's update the state that holds it. So that's going to be set pass length. Okay, yeah, so set pass length. All right, now don't forget that we need to add the dependency array so that it monitors all of these guys here. So what's the dependency array we are looking at? Well, it's the password. So anytime the password changes, we are gonna check for all of this. Now I can go ahead and delete all these guys I brought in from index.txt. Yeah, okay. Now moment of truth, it's time for us to actually do some tests and see if it works. So first off, I'm going to save this file, and then I'm just going to come here and test. So let's start by typing okay, I want to see what I'm typing, by the way. So I'll start by typing at. Okay, I didn't type the at properly, so at. Okay, so you see immediately I type the at, this changed to the blue green check. Then let me type Zeno, so Z, and then I'm going to type a small letter, and you see the other one changed as well. Then I'll type a number, so 1, and everything has changed. So 1 2 3 4 5 6, so we have 6 letters, but usually I just do 0 1 2 3. Okay, so you see that we've been able to add the logic that will handle, you know, the password strength indicator, monitor the password strength, and then do something based on whether we've met a particular condition. So that's about it for this one. Now it's possible for you to actually take all of this and put it in a separate component, but I am not going to do that right now. Okay, but it's absolutely possible. So you can take this password strength indicator and put it in its own separate component so that you can use it in multiple places. All right, so that's about it for this one. Now in the next one, we're going to continue building the other pages that concerns our authentication. All right, see you then. All right, so now let's go ahead and build out the forgot password page. So from the finished project, I'll just go there, and as you can see, it's actually very straightforward. So let's do that from here, and inside of the auth folder, I'll just create a new file which I'm going to call forgot.js. all right, now this forgot.js, okay, it has been created. I'm going to clone the login page. Let me close this register page. I'm going to just clone this login page. I'll copy that and I'll just load that in here. Then I'll change the name to forgot. I would also update it at the top to, where is it? Okay, yeah, right here, to forgot. Great. So for the forgot password, what do we need? Well, first off, let me create a route that will point to it. So I'll duplicate this former route, and this is going to be /forgot, and it's going to point to the forgot component, which I'm also going to auto import. Great. Save that, and you know what, just to make sure that I know that it's forgot, let me just change the text here to forgot password, and then I'm just gonna save it. So if I come to the original project we're working on right now, and I go to the login page, you know, it's when you're trying to log in, you now decide that, oh, I can't remember my password. So I'll now click on forgot password, and you can see here, this is where we are. So there are a number of things we need to get rid of. This button, we don't need it. This alt text, we don't need it. Even password, we don't need it. So I'm just gonna start, you know, cleaning out this guy. So we'll start with the okay, we need to change the icon first. Anyway, let me just remove the things we don't need. So the button, flex, center, break, and the alt text, I'll just get rid of all of this. See, then I'll get rid of the password as well. So password has to go because you don't know the password anyway. That one has to go. Then I'll come to this bottom part later, but let me just save this first and see. Okay, so you see, we're getting a lot closer to what we have, but it's just that we need to change the icon to the icon of an email, or a mail rather. So I already have all the icons I need, right? Because I took time to find them in React icons. So I'll just change the icon, which is this by login. I'll replace it with AI outline mail. Let me see if I can auto import this one. And it's loading. Okay, yeah, so I can auto import it. So that has saved me some time. And let me save that, and you see this will change to a mail. Great. Now what do we need? Next thing we need is to handle the we're removing the forgot password. So if you come to the finished project, you see we just have this home link and login link. Yeah, so I'll remove these two. Okay, so let me come down here, and just after the button, okay, so let me remove this link first. Then this is a span, right, with a class of styles.register. Let me make it styles.links, and then let me just remove the text in between and just see if it's, it's exactly what I want. If it's not, I'll just make some more changes. So it's not what I want. So you know what I'll do? I'll change this span to a div. That's one, right? I've changed it to a div, and let me put the links inside a paragraph tag, so that second one is going to be inside a paragraph tag as well, like that, and save. And let's see if there's anything better. So it's not better. So lastly, what I'm going to do is, you see this div, I'll put it inside the form. So I'll just grab this div, Control X to cut it out, and then just slot it inside of the form just after the button. Slot that in there. So this is div with a class name of styles.link, and then we have these two links. Oh, one more thing is that we have this dash in front of the home and this dash in front of the login. So we change this to login as well, and then /login. Save that, and that should be exactly what we want. Yeah, so you see we now have a home link and a login link. So that's about it for our forgot password page. Let me just make sure the links are working. I'll go back to the login page and then forgot password, and if I click on login, I'm going back to the login. Yeah, so in the next video we're going to do the page for the reset password, because after you forget your password, you get an email and then you reset your password. So see you in the next one. All right, so apparently we need to change the text on the button, so it should be forgot get reset email, so not login but get reset email. Yeah, then is there any other thing? If there's any other thing, well, it would just be to get rid of this password, because we're not using the password field here. Anyway, let me just leave it. When we start working on it, we're going to do that. So I'm going to save this guy, and the next thing we're going to work on now is the reset password. So this is what the reset password looks like. Oh, sorry, I need to type in the URL. So let me just type it out. So reset password, and then / just anything /123 in this case. So this is what it looks like, very similar to the forgot password. So I would shrink this up. Permit me to shrink this up, and I will just create the component first. So inside my auth folder, I will create a reset component. So reset.js, and then I'll hit enter. All right, then I will grab my forgot password component. I'll just copy everything inside of it. Control A, Control C, go to reset and paste that in. Okay, don't forget to change this to reset. You know what, reset. I could have done it together, but anyway, let me just do it. So here I'll change this to reset as well. So reset. Okay, now I'm going to create a route to point to this component I just created. So let's come to our app.js, and that route is going to have a params. So here I'm going to say reset. I'll use camel casing password, and then there's going to be /, and then we're just going to have our params. So the params is going to be what is known as a reset token. Okay, that's what the params is going to be. Then we're now going to point to reset. let's auto import it. Yeah, so now let me go ahead and save this guy. All right, so now if we come to the project we're currently building, our current project, and we type in this guy, so I'll just say reset password, and then / anything. That reset token is just like a name that holds whatever is going to be after that reset password. So here I can say 12345 and I hit enter. It's going to go to the reset password component. So you see, but it's the forgot password we currently have there. So now let's make some changes. So I'll go back to the reset and let's start from the top here, the icon to start with. Anyway, since I'm here, let me just change this to reset password. Then I'm going to just grab the icon. I think I have the icon somewhere here. Yeah, so let me just find it. Okay, yeah, so it's a password icon. I'll just change it here to that. Aha. Now let me try and auto import this as well. And it's not auto importing, so I have to do it by myself. So okay, I'm not using any of this login and the rest. Don't worry, I'll remove all of these things that I'm not using later. So let's change this to, oh sorry, Control Z, MD password. So that's MD password, MD. What am I doing, man? I think I'm getting tired. Okay, so that's MD password, and it's going to be React icon / MD. Okay, now I will now come here and we're going to change this to 2 fields. So there's going to be the password field and the reset password field. And remember, we can get those fields in the register component. So let me just grab them, Control P and register JS. Yeah, so in the register JS, remember we have those. Yeah, so this is password input, password and confirm password. So I'll just grab these 2 guys here, copy them and go to the reset, and then instead of having this input which we don't need, I'll just replace it with the password. Now we have password, but we don't have password 2. So just to make sure that at least for now we don't have any errors, I'm just going to create the password 2, and I'll just do that inside a form data instead. So form data can come from the register as well. So if you come here, you remember we have this variable states that we created, form data, and it has these properties. Great, exactly. So we can just grab this guy here to start with, come back to the reset, and instead of having this email and password, we can just put it here like this, Control V. But now, of course, we need to get the initial state as well. So grab the initial state without fear, and then come back here and just slot it outside. So initial state. However, we don't need the name and the email. We're just dealing with the password. Yeah, so password and password 2. Then what else? So here we don't need name and email as well. You see, so now we have password and password 2. If you scroll down now, you see that the error here has gone because we now have everything in place. Is there any other thing we need to do? So let me look at the finished products, home and login, reset password. So let's change the button to say reset password. Reset password. Save that and let's see what we are building. Okay, so it has refreshed and you see we now have the password field, the confirm password field, as well as the reset password button. So that's about it for the reset password components. So in the next one, we're going to build some other auth components. See you there. All right, so now we're going to build the page that we go to when we want to log in with 2-factor authentication, that is via an access code that will be sent to the user. So I'm going to come here and create a page, and that page is going to be called login with code. So you can name it whatever you want, but this is what I chose, login with code.js. all right, and just to make things straightforward and simple, I'm going to use the forgot password template. So I'll copy this guy because it's actually very similar, and I will just come here and paste it in. and then I'm just going to change this forgot here to login. So login with, okay, I don't know why this O is not so login with code. Aha. Then I'll scroll up and then I'll just change that here as well. Great. Now, what are the changes we want to make? First off, let me save it like this first. Then I'm just going to create the route for that. So I'll duplicate this one and I'll change this to so I'll say login with code. I'm using camel casing. You can use anything you want. You can use hyphen or whatever. So here the params is going to be that's going to be attached to it is the email of the user. Then it's going to point, of course, to the login with code component. So login with code, and we auto import that as well. Let's go ahead and save. And now in this project, if we come here and okay, let me expand this guy, and we see, let me just say email here. I'll just type something Zeno, and here I'll just say login with code, and then I hit enter. It will just bring us to that component. Yeah, so the forgot component. So now we just need to edit it and make some changes. Yeah, so what are the changes we're making? Well, first off, let's be in the login with code component. I think maybe I'll just close the ones we don't use. Login can close. Aha. So now here I would change this text here. Let's start with the text to enter access code. And of course this is also going to change to text. The icon also is going to change. So there are quite a number of changes we need to make here. You know what, let me grab the icon first and I'll copy that, and then I'm just going to slot that in here. So let me change the icon, and that is it. Hopefully I can auto import it and save myself some time, and it's telling me to do it manually, so I just got to do it here. Okay, I don't need this one. I'll just do this one like this. Oh, sorry, gr insecure, and I'll change this to gr as well. Great, so that's it. Then what else do we need? So I'll change this input type to text. Then of course the placeholder is also going to change to access code. Then the what's it called, the name of the guy here is going to change to access code as well. So access code. Now we've not created a state that holds the access code, but I'm going to create it. Meanwhile, I can just write it here before I go up. So let me delete this guy and put access code. No, I think I didn't make it access code. I made it login code. So let's just say login code, and here I'll just say login code as well. Okay, so let me create the state first so that I don't get things twisted. I'll just remove this one, and then I'll just change this to login code. So this is going to be login code. Let me make this one capitalized. Set login code. Aha. All right, so here I'll just come down, and then I'm just going to do it inside here. So let's just have an arrow function. Oh, I've started writing logic. I didn't want to write any logic here, but then since I'm already doing it, arrow function, and then I'll just say set login code, and I'll just set it to event dot target dot value. Okay, then let me change this. Okay, so that's it. Then of course we're going to change the text on the button to proceed to login. Proceed to login. What else? Then we're going to have this tiny text under the button that says check your email for login code. So this is the button. I'm just going to come here and have a span. How did I go about it? Let me just try and remember. Okay, so I'll just have a span. that I'll just tab and just paste that code in there. Let me save it and let's see what we have, because I've written quite a lot of code. All right, so this is what we have so far. So as far as this text is concerned, we want it to be centered. So I already have a utility class that handles that for me. So let me just do class name, and then I'll just say, oh sorry, I'll just say dash dash flex hyphen center, and that will just center the text. Then what else? Let me see. So here we have home, but here we change the link to resend code. So we're just going to make some changes. I'll come here to yeah, so here we're going to make some changes here. So inside of this paragraph, I would actually remove this link and just have a B tag inside it that will say resend code. Yeah, then this paragraph is going to have an on click, such that when you click on it, something happens, but I'm not going to do that now. Rather, I'll just give it a class name, and that class name is just going to say v-link. All right, so let me save that and let's see our project. Hopefully that's the end of what we have to do. Okay, so we have it, but it's black. We want it to be blue, so it means that there's something we are missing. But for now, I think I'll just leave it like that for now. I don't want to spend too much time troubleshooting. It's a color. You can change the color. In fact, I think if I do color primary, I think I can change it. Let me just try. So dash dash color hyphen primary. I'm not sure. Let me just save that. Aha, so you see it's blue. All right, so this is basically the skeletal structure of what we want when a user tries, when we want to trigger two-factor authentication. So they enter the access code, they click on proceed to login, and if it's correct, they are logged into the system. So that's about it for this page. So let's build, I think maybe there's one more auth page we need to build, the verify page. So I'm just going to do that in the next video. All right, so now I think we can start building the user data pages. So I'll start with the profile page. So let's come here to pages, and I'm gonna create a new folder which I'm gonna call profile. Okay, now inside that I'll create a file which will be profile.js, and then hit enter. Then remember where we have our CSS in the repository, GitHub repository, but I'll just drag my own CSS profile.scss file and just dump it there. Great. Now I want to show us a finished product of the profile page. So this is what it looks like. We're going to have this page menu on top, but we'll come back to that. This is what we want to focus on for now, this profile page area here. Great. Now I'm just going to come here and I'll do my RAFCE to create a template. Aha, I'll save that and create a route that will point to that template. So let me just duplicate this one, and then I'm just going to say it should point to profile, like so. And of course the component is also going to be the profile component, and let's import it and save. All right, so now if I come here and I click on this profile, then I should be able to go to that page. So you see the tiny text here. Let's come to the profile component, and I think I can close all of this stuff I'm not really using for now. Close that. Yeah, so now how do we go about creating this profile page? Well, like I said, we're going to come back to the page menu later. Let's just focus on the profile page itself. Okay, so I'll create let me delete this profile text here and then just expand it. So this is going to be a fragment because I want some other things to enter inside it. Then inside that, I'm just going to have a section that will have a container div container inside of it. Okay, great. Then we'll have our h2 that will say profile. After that, we're now going to have this card. So you see we have this card like feature here. So that's because we actually have that card. So let's create a card component, but before then I'll put a div that I'll say dash dash flex hyphen start, then another class of profile, and I'll tap that. Aha, so now inside here is where I'll now have my card component. This card component, let's import it. Okay, it's imported. It's going to have a card class that's going to be just card. Sorry, I wanted to do yeah, that's what I wanted to do, quotes. All right, so now what do we have inside the card? Well, inside the card we have this image, profile image section first. All right, so let me just come here and just have just a div. Then I'll now put all of this image and text inside the div. So let's have our profile photo. So dot profile hyphen photo, and then we're just going to have an image. Okay, so let me just do my image tag img and tap that. What's going to be the source? Well, I think I have an avatar in my assets folder. Let me just confirm assets and avatar. Great, avatar.png, 2 R's. So I'll just point to that image first. Eventually it's going to be something we fetch from our database, but here I'll just say import, and I'll just say profile image, and I'm importing it from, so dot forward slash, sorry, so dot forward slash, and then I want to go into the assets folder and then into the avatar. Yeah, so profile image, I'll just copy that, and then I'll come here and slot that in here. It's going to be dynamic, by the way, so curly braces and put that there. Then it's just going to say profile profile img or something, whatever. So I'll go ahead and save, and below that is where we now have the role of the user, this one that says role. So it's just going to be a h3 tag that will say role, and then I'll just say subscriber, and then I'll save. Just to be sure that we're on the right track, let me just look at what I've done so far. Okay, so you see there's something wrong here with our card. It's not wide, so we need to do something about that. So how are we going to go about fixing this here? Well, I think I know what's going on here. You see this image, let me actually just take a second look at it first. Okay, I think what's going on is I did not import my CSS file, so import, and that's going to be dot forward slash, yeah, so let me import that and save, and hopefully that changes something. Aha, so you see it has changed some stuff here, right? But there's also some things we need to fix. This image needs to be on top of this text with the role of subscriber. So let's look at the code. Okay, so maybe what I need to do is I need to wrap this image in its own, like maybe div or something. So here I'll just come and have a div that would wrap the image. Okay, if I'm doing it like this, then I can even make this first one a fragment. So if I make it a fragment, I don't think it will affect anything. So oh, okay, it's not giving me the result I want. I should probably take a second look at this. Oh, I figured. So I just need to move this h3 inside the div with the image. So this div here that's holding the image and the h3, they need to be together. So I think that should just fix everything here. And yeah, so we have it. Great. I really don't like writing markups, right? I don't like it. Okay, so let's continue. So what do we have next? We have a form field. Okay, so we have like a form field below this image and stuff. So just I gotta come outside of this profile photo div. So this is a profile photo, this is where it ends, and here I'm just gonna create a form tag. All right, I don't need the action yet, but I'll just open this form tag up, and we're just going to use a paragraph to line up everything. So p, just to make sure that everything is on different lines. So the first thing we have inside is a label that says change photo. So I'll come here and say label, and let's tap that. I don't need the for now. It's just the text I need, and it's saying change photo. All right, like so. All right, so now I'm gonna have an input here. So tap that. It's gonna be a type of file because I want you to upload an image. Then what kind of file do I want it to accept? So I'll say accept, and it's gonna accept image file. Image / and I'll just say hash, just accept all types of images. Then I want to give it a name, so the name is also going to be image. Sorry about that. So image. Then lastly, I'm going to give it an unchanged property that is going to be set to handle image change, which I have not created yet. So I'll just go ahead and just create a function that will just hold that. I'll come here and say arrow function and handle image change. Now for the rest part of the form, where I need to create the name, the email, the phone, the bio, I actually need to tie it to a state because I just want to tie everything to a state once and for all, so that everything is fast when I start linking my front end and back end. So here I'll just use my use state snippet, and I'm going to call this profile. Okay, so this is going to be set profile, and it's going to be, I'll just put an initial state here. All right, initial state, is that correct? Yeah. All right, so now let's make sure we import use state, and then I'll create my initial state. So I'll say const initial state, and that's going to be equal to an object with some properties, particularly a name property, which I'm going to set to an empty string initially, add a comma, then I'll just duplicate this and then change the rest. So name, and then I'm going to have the email, then I'm going to have the phone, I'm going to have the bio, then I'm also going to have the user role, then I'm going to have whether the user is verified, and this is verified is going to be false initially, right? Is verified can be either true or false because it's a boolean value. So those are the name, email, bio. Oh, I missed the photo, so let me have the photo here. So here I just say photo, like so. Yeah, great. So now we can now point, you know what, let me just make sure, let me just put my name here, Zeno, and an email here. I'll say just zeno@gmail.com, okay, so at least we have something in our initial state. Okay, now let's have the input field in the form. So I'll just scroll down and I'll just duplicate this paragraph here. So first one is going to be name. I should have actually saved, anyway, let me just make the change here first. So this is going to be name, and of course this is going to be a type of text. Then we don't need this accept here, but we're going to need a value. So let the name come first. So the name is going to be name, the value is going to be, oh, I wanted to destructure this thing first though. Is it necessary to destructure it? Okay, maybe I'll just leave it like that. So here I'll just say profile dot name, and that will still be fine, but this one is definitely going to change to handle input change, and then I'll just copy that, and let me just create a function quickly so that it doesn't throw an error. So I'll just duplicate this function, it's an empty function by the way, and just paste that in. Okay, now let me save and make sure that at least I'm doing the right thing and just see. So what do we have? So we have, aha, so you see we have the input field and the name field. Excuse me. So now let's do the email, the phone, and the rest of them. So I gotta come here, just duplicate this one like so, and then this is gonna be for email. Then I'll come here, it's gonna be a type of email. Oh, I should have just done this at once. Profile.email. What else? Unchanged handle input change, so that's done. Then we're gonna have the, oh, there's something I did in the email, like I disabled it so that when you want to edit, it's not editable. So all you need to do for that is to just come down here and say disabled, ABLED. Yeah, that's it. All right, then what do we have next? Let me look at the finished product. After email, we have the phone number and the bio. Great. So here I'm just going to duplicate, oh sorry, this paragraph, and I'll just say phone. So phone, and then I'll just do the remaining together. This phone number, I'll just give it a type of text. So text, and then here and here I'll just say phone. Then the last is going to be bio. Now that bio is going to be a text area, but it's also going to have a label. So let me duplicate this one first, and then the phone is not going to be disabled. So let me remove the disabled, and then I'll just change this to, I'll remove this, I don't need it, and then I'm just going to have a text area. All right, so there'll be some defaults in the text area. That's why I just, so the name of the text area is going to be bio. I'm going to get rid of the ID, then col, and that I'll leave as is. Then it's going to have a value, sorry, a name first. Well, I've given it a name, so let me just start from here. So name, value, save myself some time and just grab the properties here, value and unchange. Yep, copy that and then just slot that in here after the bio. So the value is going to change to bio. Handle impute change is going to handle it as well, and that's it. So now what do we have next? We have a button. What does the button say? The button says update profile. Great. So we're just gonna come down after this one here and just have a button, and let's just give it a class name dash dash btn and dot, sorry, no, let me just tab it, it's gonna be pretty long, so I'll just say update profile, and then I'll just add the remaining class here. So dash dash btn hyphen primary, then lastly it's gonna be dash dash btn hyphen block. All right, so now let me go ahead and save and let's see what we have on the page. Okay, so you see we have some defaults that we've added by ourselves and everything seems okay now. So in the next video, what we're going to do is we're going to create this menu at the top, the profile page menu. All right, see you in the next one then. Okay, so now I think we have one more auth page to build before we can proceed to the other section. So, and that is the verification page, the page where you verify your account. All right, so let me come back here, and okay, I gotta create a component first, and I'll call that component, it's going to be inside our auth folder, and I'll call that component verify. So verify.js. okay, now this component, I think I can just simply do my RAFCE because it's not similar to others. Okay, great. So I'll save that and I will go to my app to create a route. Now for the verification page, it's going to be it's going to have a header and a footer. So if you look at the finished work here, you see we have header and footer. Yeah, so it's going to have that. So let me just use this first one that has the layout around it. So I'll just grab this guy, I'll copy it, and I'll just come down and slot that in below like this. Tab, you know what, let me even give some space. Aha, so now this is going to go to /verify, then it's going to have a params that is going to be the verification token. So we're going to send a verification token from the back end. Then let's point also to the verify component and import it. Great, so go ahead and save, and okay, so I'll just enter that into the URL here, and I'll just change this to verify. So it's going to be verify / anything. Hit enter and it should show you some text. Login with code / what's going on? What, I thought I saved it. So verify / then verification token, layout verify, and this is it right here. So why didn't it open? Something is obviously wrong here. So let me just do that again. Verify, then / let me just do 1 2 3 and hit enter. Aha, so this is it. So you see the very small text here. So now what we want to do is we just want to build out this stuff. It's a very simple page. So I'll just come here and let me just delete this guy, and this is going to just have a, it's going to be a section, sorry. So section, and then let's just come in and have a div that is going to have a class, utility class of center all. So that is just going to center everything inside of it. So what do we have inside? We have a h2 that says account verification. I'll copy that, slot that in here. Then we have a paragraph, so p, that just has this text. So let me just grab the text, copy that and slot that here. Then lastly we have a button. So I'm just going to have a line break to just have some space, and then I'll just have a button which I'll tab, and then it's just going to say verify account. Oh, sorry about that, verify account. Okay, so now this button is going to have some class, so class name of --btn -- I think that's btn primary, yeah. So --btn hyphen primary. Great, so that's it. Go ahead and save, and let's look at what we've done so far. And you see we have that right here. So that's our verify account component. So I think at this point we're done with all the pages that have to do with auth. Let me just make sure and count. They are supposed to be 6 or 7, I don't know. So 1 2 3 4 5 6, I think there are 6. Okay, so that's about it. So in the next one we're now going to build other related components. See you there. All right, so now we're going to build out the page menu for this profile page, and it's really going to be inside of pages that has to do with user management and stuff. So this is what we want to build right now. Yeah, I'm going to create a component where that is going to be, and let me just do it here, and it's going to be inside of the components folder, and I'm just going to call it page menu. So page menu, and let me just copy it, and then I'll create the folder, and inside of that I'll create a new file. It's going to have the same name, so but it's capitalized, so page menu.js. Hit enter on that, and let's just quickly create the page menu. So first off, let's create a template, rafce, and then we're just going to have you know what, let me just save it first. There needs to be something here. Let me just save it first, then I would reference it inside of the profile. So inside of the profile component, I'll come here, and inside of the container, let me just see, so it's above this profile text or header 2. I'll just have the page menu like so, page menu. Aha, so I'll auto import it as well, and then I'll close. Great. Now if you save, you should now see something like that above this one. Yeah, great. So it's rightly placed now. Now come here, and we can now, you know, create the page menu itself. So this page menu, I'll delete this nonsense here, and let's just have a div that we're just going to have a nav. So I'm thinking if I should just grab the nav, I think I'll just grab the nav in the header. So Control P, and I'll just do header, and I'll just grab the nav there. I think the nav should be fine. So this nav, but it has some other things that we don't need. Anyway, we'll just clean it up. I'm just doing this to save time. If not, I can type it out from start. So I'll copy that, and I'll just come to the page menu and then just slot in the nav. Okay, of course we are getting errors here and there, but let's just clean up. So first off, I'll remove this logo. We don't need the logo. So the nav and the unordered list is what we're interested in. Great. Now this nav though, we're going to give it some classes. So I'll come here and I'll say class name, and The first is going to be, you see that button we used in the login page, this color here, we gave it this button Google, so it's just actually a color. So that's what I'm going to do. How do I get back to the profile page? I think I just need to come here, and yeah, so I'm just going to come here and give this nav a class of dash dash and btn hyphen Google. Then I'll add some padding, so dash dash p to add some padding, and then I'll add some margin on the bottom, dash dash margin bottom MB. Great. Now let's clean up some of the things we have here. So you see this first link, let's even remove it, we don't need it. All right, so now we'll just clean up from this second link. For the second link, we have a button. What we don't need any of these button tags, so we just need the links inside. So I'll just delete the button. Aha, so we have a link. Let's import link from React Router DOM, and yeah, so the first link is going to be, actually we're going to use nav link, okay, not just ordinary link, it's going to be a nav link. So I'll get rid of this one because we don't have nav link there, but we have nav link here. So let's import nav link. Aha, so you see the first one is going to go to the profile, so that's correct. And at this point I don't even need this active link because I've already put it inside of the other navbar, the header, so it's going to inherit that class. So that's the first one, profile. The next one is to change password. So I think I can just delete this guy here, and then I'll just work with this nav link. So I'll duplicate it once, and here I'll just say I want it to go to change password. So change, maybe I should just use camel casing, or should I use hyphen? Change password is fine, camel casing is fine. Then here I'm also going to change this to text that says change password. All right, so that's the second one. I think the last one is users. So let me duplicate this and duplicate it, and then I'll just change this to users. And then of course this is also going to say users. Great. Now if you go ahead and save that, you should see your menu displayed here. Aha, so you see we're in profile, and like I told you, somehow the active class was inherited from the header. So even though we did not put any active class in this component, we still see this underlined here. All right, so we've not created any page for change password and users. That's what we're going to do in the next one. We'll start with the change password first. So that's about it for this one. See you in the next. All right, so now we're going to build the change password page, I should say. Next, it's actually a page on its own. Is a standalone page. So this is it, very straightforward, very simple. What we will do first is let's create the page. So I gotta come here to not in the component, actually in the page, and I'll create a folder which I'm gonna call change password, and then I'm just gonna copy that, and then we're just gonna create the files. So change password.js, let me capitalize it, and then I'll just drag the CSS file inside. Now you know where to find your own CSS file, but as for me, I'll just drag mine here like so. So drag it and drop it here. Aha. So now let's go ahead and create this guy. Now this change password, we will just duplicate this profile page because it's actually very similar. So we'll duplicate it, and then we'll just cut out the things we don't need out of it. Okay, so I'll just come here and paste that in. Okay, don't be alarmed. Okay, we're gonna do it correctly. This is going to be change password, and then we're just gonna change it up as well. And where is that? Yeah, so here, change password. Great. All right, now I will just change this text here. Okay, maybe I should just save it first. So I'm just gonna save it first, then I would create a route for the change password page. So that is gonna come here. I'll just duplicate this route like this, and then I'll just say change password. So change password, and then of course the component is also going to change to change password. I didn't spell that correctly. Change password. Yeah, great. So I've imported it as well. So go ahead and save that, and if you come here and you click on change, oh, I think maybe profile.scss blah blah blah. Oh, okay, change password rather. And this is where the error is coming from, because we don't have any profile.scss. Instead we have change password.scss. so let's just do like this and say change password and save. Hopefully we don't get any error. So I'll click on change password, and yeah, so we have the profile components here. So now let's start making changes. I'm going to come here and I would first change the text. So for the password, there's nothing like image change, so we're going to remove all that. Let's just filter out what we don't need. So let's change this to change password. Then what are the things we don't need? Okay, so we don't need this profile photo, this div that has this profile photo. Let's get it out. All right, we can get rid of this fragment later. So but inside of the change password, what are the items we need? Well, we just need the password field. So if you look here, you just see that it's password, current, old password, current password, and so let me just grab that password field. I think it's in Control P, login page. So we have it in, or no, let's just use the register page. So register, click that, and you see here that we have the password field somewhere here. Aha, look at this password input, and we have it, and is in two places. So let's just copy it out like so. Aha, let me just copy it first, then I'll go back to my change password, and I'm just going to clean up this thing a little bit. So first off, let me remove some paragraphs. So I'll remove this one, so let me leave this one, or you know what, so 1 2 3, it's just 3 we need. So I'll just remove every other paragraph below this. So the phone is gonna go, the how many phones do I have, by the way? I have 2 phones, so how come? Okay, I didn't change it to bio. That's a mistake. I'm gonna correct that. Thank God I saw it. I would have seen it later anyway. So but let me just change that right now. In the profile, we have 2 phones instead of phone and bio in the label. So change photo, name, email, phone, and then bio. This should be bio. Okay, all this is just consuming my time. Anyway, let's come here, and then I'm just going to paste in the password field here. So here, this is going to say current password. So let's say current password word, and then let me just paste in both input fields. So I'll just delete this and paste in both input fields, right? And then I'm going to import the password input. So I've imported it. Now let's remove this second input field. I'll just grab it, grab it, Control X, and then I'm just going to replace this one here. So this is going to be new password. So new password. Don't worry, we're going to clean up everything. Then the last one will be confirm new password here. So confirm new password, like so. And then of course we're going to replace the input with a password. Okay, now let's go ahead and create the state that will target these 3 password fields. Are you ready? And of course this will change to change password, and the button primary will be changed to button danger. Okay, great. So like I said, what we need to do next is to just connect this password field to their respective states. That's what we need to do. So you know what I'm going to do? I am going to modify the form data such that we'll have, let me go up and show you. Aha, so this profile here, we're just going to turn it to form data. So here I'll just come and say form data, come and help me out. And of course this is also going to change to set form data. The form is going to be capital letter. Aha. Now for the initial state, we're just going to have three states. The first one is going to be old password. So let's just come here and say old. So old password. Then the next one is just going to be password. Then the next one, let me just duplicate it, and this is going to be password 2. Sorry, 2. So I'll get rid of this guy here, and they are all going to be empty strings initially. So empty string, and empty string. Okay. All right, so now let's go ahead and destructure these three guys, right? So I'll just come down here and say const, and I want to destructure them from the form data. Sorry, why am I saying from data? Form data. All right, and what I want is the old password, then the password, then lastly the password 2. You see? Great. So now I've destructured it from the form data. Okay, now this thing is getting simpler. Handle image change we don't need. Handle input change we do need. All right, so now let's just link the states we just created. So this is going to be password, handle input change, handle input input. Okay, so this is a password, and the first one should actually be old password. So here we're just going to change this to old password, okay. Then this is also the placeholder would also be old password, you see. Then the next one is going to be password, which is just regular password, so delete that. And the last one is going to be password 2, which we have here. Aha. So now let's go ahead and save and see our project we're currently working on. It should change after recompiling. Great. So you see now we now have change password, current password, old password, new password. Oh, this is saying confirm password, so we want to change this to just password. Sorry, let me just look for that. New password, and yeah, so we just remove the confirm and save. Okay, so let's check it. Aha, so you see, so now we've been able to just quickly take the profile component, remove the things we don't need, and we have a change password component. So the last thing we need to do is in this user section is to create the users page or the users list page, and that's a very large page, so we're just going to spend some time doing that. All right, see you in the next one. All right, so now we're going to start working on the users component, but there's just one thing though. This our change password, we want the card border to be red. So for us to achieve that, in our change password component, you remember we copied it from the profile component. So let me close the profile component. This profile here, this div with the class name of flexstart and profile, I'm going to change this div to the class name of change -password. And I think if you save that, it should give this guy a border of red, if I'm correct. Yeah, so you see the border is now red. So that's the only thing we want to do. Now let's see what we want to achieve here. So I'll expand this guy. We want to achieve this users page here, and we're going to start building it from the top to the bottom. So start here, build out this user stats, then we'll now build out this table that contains the list of users with search and filter. Great. So let's come here first, and I'll come to pages. I think I can close this guy, except if well, let me just close it to keep things neat. And then I'll come to my pages, where are you? And then I'm just going to create another page which I'll call user list. So create a folder first, inside it user lists, and then inside of that we're going to create user list.js. Okay, yeah, that's it. Now as for the CSS, I'm just going to drag the SCSS file, the SAS file, and just drop it in here like this and like that. So that's it. So you know where to find yours in our CSS repository. So let's create a RAFCE template, and then I'm just going to save this guy. Now I will create a route to point to this guy here. So I'm right here, and I'll just scroll down to the bottom to the last route. Let me give a space here, and here I'll just duplicate this one, and then I'll just say it should point to path of users. And of course I also want to point to the user list. Yeah. Oh, I'll auto import it, and then I'll save. So what that means is that when we click on users, then we should have at least the user list text. Great. So we can start working on the component itself. So I'll come to my user list, and first off, let me import the CSS file. So I'll say import po import, and it's like that. Yeah, SCSS. Great. All right, so we're on the right track. Okay, so let's come in here, and I'll just look at the finished project so that I'll know what's going on. So first off, I'm gonna get rid of this guy, and then I'll make this first div a section. So we're just gonna say section and click on that. Then I'll have a container dot container div. Tap that as well. Great. Now inside of this container, what's the first thing we have? This page menu component. So let's have the page menu, the one we created before, and then I'll just import it, then I'll close it. If you go ahead and save this guy now, you should be able to appreciate the fact that we've started building. You're going to see a page menu here. Okay, so that's fine. Now after the page menu, what do we have? Well, we have this user stats component, if you allow me, but we've not created the user stats component. Yeah, so we're going to break this video into the various components on this users page. So the first is going to be the user stats. In the next video, we're going to recreate the user stats component. All right, see you in the next one. All right, so now let's start working on the user stats component. For that, we're going to create two separate components actually. So I'll come here, head over to my components folder, and this is getting really large. And inside of the components folder, I'm going to create one. I'll say user stats plural, and then I'm just going to create the component that is attached to it. So here we're just going to see user stats.js. all right, hit enter on that, and let me just drag in the CSS file as well, so that we just have it together. Aha, so for the user stats.js file, let's do RAFCE, and that's RAFCE. Hit enter on that. Great. Then I'm going to create another component. That component I'm going to call info box, because this box here that displays this information, I want it to have a separate component. So I'll call that info box. So I'll create a component, and I'll say folder first info box, and then inside that folder I'm just going to create the associated component. So info box.js, and then let's drag the CSS file as well, so you know where to find your own CSS file. So I'll just put mine here. Great. So now we have the info box. Let's create RAFCE here and tap that, and then I'll save. Now I'll start by creating the info box. So let me show you what's going on here. This component here is the user stats component. Each of these small boxes are actually info boxes. In other words, they are boxes that, you know, display some information. That's what I just call it, info box. Yeah. So first off, let me just create the skeleton or the markup for an info box before I now come back to the user stats. So I'm going to minimize this, and then for the info box, I will just say it's going to be a reusable component, so it's going to have a number of props. Let me start by deleting that content there, and for the div, I'll give it a class name. So this class name is going to be, oh, I should have just done check curly braces, and then I'll just have my backticks inside of it. So first off, let me not forget to import the CSS file. So I can even delete this one, and /infobox.scss. Great. So here I'm going to let me just destructure all the props first. So there's something that we're going to have here. So we're going to make the BG color dynamic. So the background color of each info box is going to be determined by the components that they are being used or where they are being used. So it's going to have a dynamic BG, it's going to have a dynamic title. What else? Count, which is the number that's going to be displayed, and it's going to have a dynamic icon. So that's it. So now for the class name of the parent div, right, the first class is going to be info-box. Then we're now going to reference the BG color. So BG color, right? Yeah, that's it. All right, let's come in here. And how do we want to do this? So we're going to have a span first, because this icon is going to come first. It's going to be inside the span tag. Let me tab that, and let me give it a class name. So class name of, so I'll say info hyphen icon, then I'll say dash color, and give it a color of white. All right, so inside here is where I'll now have my icon. Okay, so let's come down. After the span, what do we have? We're going to have another span. This one is going to have a class of info text. So there's going to be an icon and a text span. Info-text. Tab that, and then what's the text? So the first is going to be a paragraph that's going to contain a title. So here I'll just say title. Then the next is going to be a heading 4 that will contain the count. So count. And as far as we're concerned, this is our info box. Oh, I didn't spell this count well. Count. Great. So we're done with the info box. What this means is that we can now go and start working on the user stats. So I'll head over to the user stats, and first off, let's import the CSS file. So import and ./scss. Great. Now for the user stats, what do we have? Well, we're going to first have this heading here, right? So I'm going to come here. Let's get rid of this text, bring it down, and here I'm going to have a class name of user summary. So user hyphen summary, and here, yeah, we're having a h3. Tab that, and the h3 simply says user stats. I think it has a class. Okay, just some margin on the top. So it's a utility class --empty. Okay, then after the h3, what do we have? The info boxes. So that all the info box is going to be inside a div that's going to have a class name of info-summary. Tab that and open that up. Great. So the first info box, let's have that here. Info box. Come on, help me out. Yeah, so I'll auto import it, and then let's just space that out. It's going to have some dynamic values like the icon, the title, the count, and all of that, the background color. So as far as the icons is concerned, right, they are React icons that we're going to use. So let me show you how I'm going to structure the icons. So I'll just come down here. Let me just say icons, and here I'll just say const icon 1. That's going to be equal to a particular React icon. So let me just bring in the React icon and show you. I'll just bring it in and then slot it in there. So this is the icon. Permit me to import it, and I've imported it. So basically, I'll just say icon 1, icon 2, icon 3, and icon 4. So to save time, because I mean it's pointless to go and start looking for the icon when I already know them. So I'll just come down here and paste in the 4 icons. So this is icon 2, 3, and 4. You have access to them because you have access to the finished project. So I'll tab this and I'll import it. I'll do the same for this one, import it, and I'm pressing Control and space bar, and then I'll import it. So you see here now, I now have the 4 icons. Yeah, great. Now let's come down here and excuse me, have the props. So let's catch them. First I'll say the icon, and that's going to be equal to, this one is going to be icon1, which is the variable we created up there. Then the title, that's going to be equal to curly braces, and that will be total users. So the first one is going to be total users. Yeah, then what do we have next? Count. So count is going to point to, so because we don't have any count yet, let's just say maybe anything 3. Then lastly we're going to have the BG color, so BG color, and that's going to be card1. All right, so now let me go ahead and save this first box, and let's see what we have. Oh, forgive me. So we have to reference this user stat inside of the user list components. Yeah, right, this is a user list component. So I'll just come here, and after the page menu, I'll just come down here and say user statistics. So user stats. Aha, close that and then save. Now we can view it on this page. Aha, so you see, at least we have the first one. So all we just need to do now is to just duplicate the info boxes inside of this user stat 3 more times. So I'll just come here and say 1, 2, 3. All right, great. So this one is going to be icon 2, and then what does it say? Let me look at the finished project. So verified users, oh sorry about that, verified users, and this is going to be card 2. I'll just leave the count as 3 because we're going to do that later when we fetch the data from the back end. This is going to be icon 3. This is going to be, card 3. And this is going to be unverified users. Unverified users. Then this is going to be card 4 and icon 4. Then this is going to be suspended users. Okay, now if you go ahead and save and let's view our finished projects, you should see now that we have 4 cards. Yeah, and that's fine. Great, really. So now in the next section, we are now going to start building out these user components. That's this one you see here. All right, see you in the next one then. Okay, so now let's start working on this user table. So we're going to start from the top here, containing this search box. All right, so let me minimize this guy and let me scroll down. I hope you appreciate how responsive this thing is. Anyway, let's just finish up. So first off, I would create a let me close these ones that I'm not using. Info box can close. Okay, so I'll just come below this, my user stats, and then I'll just create a div. It's going to have a class of user-list. Okay, so now inside that user list, we're first going to have this first section here where we have this text and then the search bar. Now for that one, I'll just do a div with a class name of --flex, and I want it to be between. That's just display flex and flex between, justify content flex between. Yeah, inside of that we're going to have our h3, and let's tap that. The h3 is just going to say all users, like so. Then below that we're going to have a search component. Now I have not created a search component now. Okay, I think I put this h3 in a span. I'm not quite sure why, but let me just do what I did before so that I don't run into any problems. So below this one now we're going to have a search component, yeah, and I've not created a component, so let me quickly do that now. I'll come here to my components and I'll create the search component here. Okay, so let's create a folder. I'll create a folder, and I'll call that folder search like so, and then inside I'm just going to create a file that will just say search.js, and also I'm going to bring in the CSS file, so let me bring that in. Okay, so I'll just drag that and just dump that here in my search. So for the search I'll just do RAFCE, and then I'll tap that. So what do we have here? So first off, let me import the CSS file for the search. I'll just come here. I think I use CSS modules for this one, so I'll say import styles from, and then where is it located? Dot / yeah, so this is it right here. Hit enter on it. Okay, so here I'm just gonna let me delete this search text, and this one is gonna have a class name of styles.search. Okay, and inside it, so first off, we're gonna have this icon here, and I'll just drag the icon and slot it in here like this. Let me see if I can auto import it, and yes, I can. Then we're going to have an input. So after the icon, I'll come down here and just add an input. It's not an input. Okay, it's going to be a type of text. Placeholder is going to say search users. I realized that I made a mistake here when I said search product. So search users. Then the value, so value is going to be dynamic, so we're going to use props, so value, and the unchange is also going to be unchange. It's going to be an unchange prop. Yeah, that's correct. So let's destructure the props here and just say value and unchange. All right, I realize that it's not actually necessary for me to put this search in its own component. I could have easily just put an input here because I'm using it once. But if for any reason you wanted to use the search component in any other part of your application, then it's important you put it as its own component so that it's reusable. Okay, that's what I just did here. So I'm just going to go ahead and save, and then I can use this component in my user list. So after this first span here, I'm just going to come down, create another span, and inside I'll just reference my search component, import it / like that, and then I'll just save. And let's see the finished product just to make sure that we're on track. And so as you can see here, we have all users and search. So in the next one, we're going to create the last part, which is the user table, this table here. All right, so see you in the next one then. All right, so now let's create this table here. Now there's something I realized I missed, okay, and that is, you see this user list that we created here. Inside of this user list, we now created this div flex between. It's even looking scattered. Let me save it so that it's, you know, indents properly. Okay, so if you look at this user list, this is where it ends here. So let me just give some space, and inside this user list is where we created these guys. Yeah, good. Now let me just give some space at the top and at the bottom. Now what I should have done is I should have surrounded these whole guys inside a div with a class of table. So I'll just come here, I'll say dot table, tap that, and then I'll just bring the closing div, I'll cut it, Ctrl X, and surround this one. I hope it's not too confusing. Anyway, you're going to have access to the finished project, and it's going to be in branches. All right, so you don't have to worry about, you know, everything. So let me go ahead and save this guy, and let's just show you what it looks like here. Great. So this is the user list. Then we have a table, and this is where the table ends. There's so much stuff here. I wish I could just, okay, let me see if I can get rid of this span. I'm not sure if it's going to affect anything, just to make it a little bit, you know, leaner. If it does affect it, then I'll just restore it back. So let's see. Oh, so it does. All right, so let me just undo that. Control Z, 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 Z. Okay. All right. Anyway, this is the table, and this is where the table ends. So I'll just come down inside of this table div, and then I'll create my table. So here we're just going to have a table, and I'll tap that. Okay. Now this table is going to have a table head. So let me show you. This place here is the table head. So it's going to have a table head and table body. So I'll start by creating that. So I'll say T head, tap that, then I'll come down and say T body, tap that. Now let's start by creating the content of the table head. Let me space them out. So for the table head, we're just going to have these guys here, these items here, which is going to be inside first a table row, and then the table row is going to have some table headings. So th, I'll tap that and then just duplicate it 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. The first one is going to say serial number, so S/N. Next one is going to say name of the user. Then we're going to have the email. Then we're going to have the role. We're going to have the change role. Then lastly, we're going to have an action tab. Okay, great. So that's as far as the table head goes. Now let's have the table body. So for the table body, yeah, right here, we're going to have a table row just like the first one, so tr. Then we're now going to have table data, so td, tap that. So for the first one we have serial number, so for now I'm just going to say 1. Okay, that's the first one. Then next we have name. For that one I'm just going to put my name, Zeno. Then next we have email, so I'll say zeno@gmail.com. Then next we have role. I'll make this subscriber or admin. Then next we have change role. Now this change role is going to be a little bit more complex, so let's just calm down and just do it gently. So for the change role, we are gonna have that comes afterwards, after the role. Okay, great. So for this change role, we're going to have a special component that will have a form. So if you open this guy here, you'll see that there is a form for this change role, right? So we're going to create a special component to hold that. Anyway, let me just by the way, you can actually scroll this guy, so it's like responsive in its own way. So here I'm just going to say change role, and then lastly we're just going to have let me duplicate this guy down, a trash icon. So here under the actions we'll have the trash icon. Now I'll put it inside a span, and then I'm just going to get the icon. So the name of the icon is you know what, it's FA trash. Let me just copy the name of the icon and then I'll just put it here myself. So FA trash, let me close that and import it. Yeah, now this icon is going to have a size property, so size of 20 pixels. Then it's going to have a color of red. Oh sorry, that has changed again, of red. So that's it for the size icon. So now I think I can go ahead and save, and everything should just be fine. So I'll save that, and let's see our finished project. Fingers crossed. Let me expand it. Oh okay, so there's something definitely wrong. We just have to figure it out. Where are we right now? I guess a class is missing. So let me just come here and make sure that first I imported my CSS file. So userlist.scss, that's imported. Then Oh, okay, I think I figured out what the problem is. Remember this table div that I created? See where I created it. See where it ends. It ends here. So this div ends here. This is the table div ending here. I was supposed to push this table, create this table inside this div. So here, this is where I'm supposed to create the table. And that's where the problem was. So under here, so that it's inside this table div. So basically, I just need to cut the table. So let me look for it. So this is where it starts. I'll just, highlight it down to where the table ends. So this is where the table ends. I'll just do Control X to cut it. All right. And I want it to be inside this div with a class of table, which ends here. So inside it, right here. Yeah, this is where I want the table to be. And now if I go ahead and save, all things being equal, I should have a proper table here. Okay, great. So you see, we now have a proper table here. Now in the next video, we're going to create the form, this particular form that has the capacity to select the user roles and change the user role. Yeah, that's what we're going to do in the next one. See you there. All right, so now let's create the component that will have the form to change the user role. So I gotta minimize this guy, then I'll come here to my components and I'll just create a new component which I will call change role. So let's put it inside the folder change role, and then I'll just create the accompanying component which is going to be change role.js. Okay, so that's it. I'll minimize this guy and then I'll just do my RAFCE to change the role, tap that, and yeah, that's it. So this role is going to need a state. So here I'll just create use state. So I'll name this state user role. So let's say user role like so, and let's make this second one capital letter U, and let's import use state as well. So yeah, so that's it. Then initially it's going to be an empty string, so make that empty string. Yeah, and I thought I've imported use states. Okay, so that's correct. Now this basically, and this is going to be a form. So if you look at the finished product, you see here that we simply just have a form. Yeah, that's what we want to create. So that form is going to be inside this div, but first let me give this div a class name of sort. So class name of sort, because basically we are just sorting something from the form. So, and I'll now have a form, and this form is going to have a class name, it's going to have a class name of flex start. So dash dash flex hyphen start, that's my utility class. All right, then I'll open it up. So it's a select, right? Because we're selecting something, so it's a select input. So here I'll say select, and then okay, I don't need the name and the ID for now, so I'll just get rid of these guys. And the select is going to have options, but this select itself is going to have a value. So that value is what I'll now point to my user role state. So user role, then it's also going to have an unchange. So unchange, basically I'll just do it inside here. I'll just use an arrow function like this. So let's pass an e parameter here, and I'll just say set user role, and that's going to be equal to event.target.value. Okay, so I just did it in line. Now let's go ahead and put the option. So option, which I'm gonna, so the first one is going to be an empty value, and I'll just say select. So select, and because I want the user to now know that they are supposed to select something. Yeah, so it's from the second one and onwards that I'll now start putting actual values. So let me remove this select first before I duplicate it. The second one is going to be subscriber, Okay, you know what, I can just duplicate it, 2 3 4. Yeah, then I'll just type it together. So here I'll say subscriber, then I'll make this capitalized, then here I'll say, do it together, this is going to be author, oh sorry, small letter, author, then the next one is going to be, come on, help me out, next one is going to be admin, I think so, admin, then the next one is going to be suspended, yeah. So don't forget to make these guys capitalized, so capital letter A, then this one capital letter S. Yeah, so that's it. Now this check here is going to be our button, so I'm just going to come down after my select, and then I'll just have a button, button, which is supposed to be a small letter button, so button, and then I'll just tap that, and it's just going to have this icon inside of it. So let me just grab the icon, it's a check icon by the way, copy that icon and slot that in here, and then make sure you import it. Sorry, let me scroll up so that I can see what I'm doing. I'll import the check icon, and then for the button I'll just give it a class, so class name, my utility classes, so dash dash btn, then dash dash btn primary, like so. And I think that's about it for this one. Yeah, there's still logic that we'll do in almost all the components, but at least the general markup, at least we're done with the general markup. So I'll just go ahead and save, then I'll now reference it inside my user list component. So in this place where I said change rule, it's not change rule I'll have there, it's my change rule component. So like this, change rule, yeah, and I'll import it and then do /. Fingers crossed, I'll save and let's see if we got it right. Let's expand. Aha, voila. So you see we now have this change rule component and it has everything we added in it. Great. I think that's about it for the change rule component. I'll see you in the next one. All right, so far we can say that we've created most of what we need, like the components we need, both from the auth angle and the user profile angle. All right, so but we've not created the loading component. So if you interact with the I'm sure you probably noticed it when you interact with the page, you notice, let me log out and log in again. When I try to log in, you know that there's first a loading component. Yeah, so this loading stuff that goes on here, right? You know, before, you know, the page now loads and then you now see the profile, we need to create that component. All right, so I'm just going to do that quickly. I'll come here and let's close all this stuff we're not using for now. I'm gonna close it. All right, great. So I'll head into the components folder, and I'm gonna create a loading component folder rather. So here I'll just say, I'll call it loader, so a folder, and then I'll just call it loader, yeah, and then we're just going to create a loader file, loader.js, and then I have the SCSS file as well, so I'll just drag that in. You know where to find yours. I'll dump it here. Great. So now let's just build out the loader. Now for my loader, I always like to use React portal. So let me just say RAFCE. And the reason why I use React portal is that sometimes if you create a dashboard, like a dashboard that has different, you know, different components within the sidebar and all of that, and you just create your loader components as like a regular loader, it may have some issues, like it may not cover the whole screen. Sometimes it may just, you know, be on one part of the screen. That's if you have a dashboard that has a sidebar. So that's why I use create portal. So no matter how complex your component structure is, if you create a portal, it will always load on top of everything else. All right, I may not be able to explain that now in detail because I mean this is not primarily a React course. All right, but let's just get to do it and see how it works. So first off, I'm going to import my loader component. So I gotta say loader import the CSS file. My keyboard is just, keys are changing. So loader that's SCSS, and this one is just going to be excuse me, I'm going to import React DOM. So here I'll say import, this is going to be React DOM, this one, sorry, Control Z, React DOM, and I'm importing it from React DOM. React DOM. Yeah, so that's it. Any other thing, I need to import the loader image. So import, I call it loader img, and I'm importing it from, it's inside of my assets folder. So // and then I go into the assets, and then I go into the loader.gif. So it's actually GIF image. All right, great. So now this place, instead of just doing this return here, I'm going to get rid of these guys here. In fact, let me just get rid of the whole return statement. I'll show you why. Now I'll now do my own special return. I'll say return, and this is going to be React DOM dots, and then we're just going to create a portal. So create portal. So you see it's already completing this stuff for us. I'll open that, and I would have a okay, I'll open this up here, and then I'll just have my div. So this div is going to have a class name of wrapper. I'll tap that. That's the first. Then inside of that wrapper div, we're now going to have another div of loader, like so. Tap that, and then lastly inside the loader div we're going to have the image. So tap that, and the image is going to point to our loader image, loader img. Alt is just going to say loading, and ... Yeah, so that's it. Now one more thing though, we after this div here we're going to have a comma. Then I'll just come down and point to a special ID in our index.html, which I have not created, but this is how I'm going to point to it. So it's just going to say document dot, we're going to get elements by ID, and then and then I'll just have my loader. Okay, now like I said, I've not created this ID, but I'm going to create it right now. So how am I going to create it? I'll go to my index.html, and if you look inside the index.html, oh, I haven't cleaned it up. Okay, let me remove the comments we don't need so that I can show you what I want to show you. Okay, so if you look inside the index.html, you would see that, oh, there's so much comments here. Aha, great. So you see that we have a single div with an ID of root. Yeah, now what we want to do is you want to duplicate this div and have a special div with an ID of loader. Yeah, so this is the div that we are pointing to create the portal. I'll save this div, and then I'll come here and then I'll save this guy. All right, great. So how am I going to test this loader? Let me see, is there where I can test it? I think I can just put it inside my, can I put it in the app? I think I can, just to test it, not like see. So maybe I'll just put it, does it go outside here or does it have to be inside? Let me just try it. So here I'll just say loader. I just want to test it to make sure that it's correctly done, and then I'll just say loader, and then I'll save. Aha, so I did it correctly. So you see the loader is being displayed right now. So however, when we start working on the project fully, we are not just going to display the loader. We're only going to display the loader when a request is being made to the back end, right? But as you can see here, the loader is fully displayed. So there's one more thing though. Let me remove this and delete it where I imported it. So this is it right here, and then I'll save. Now there's one more thing though. There are two kinds of loader. There's this full screen loader, and then there's this other loader that just shows the loader, the spinner icon. For example, let me show you where it's being used. In this change password, if I try to change my password, there's just going to be a loader that replaces this button, and when the process is complete, the button comes back, the loader disappears. That's another kind of loader. Yeah, so I'm going to call that spinner. I'll create a new component and call it spinner, but it should still be inside this loader.js. So I'll just come down here and I'll just do an arrow function that I'm going to call spinner, spinner, like so. And let me export it so that I don't forget. It's a named export, and let's open this up here. So here basically you just want to return something, and it's just going to be a div. So this div is going to have a class name of -- center all, because I want the component of the div to be absolutely centered. That's what this class does. Then I'll just have my image. So I'll just bring my image, which is this guy here, and I'll copy that and slot it here. Paste that in. So you see now we have two kinds of loader, the full screen loader and then that small loader that is on specific parts of the page. Yeah, and let me go ahead and save. All right, so that's about it for our loader components. So I believe we're done with most of the hard components we need. Right, we're still going to work on the front end while we are connecting, but at least these are all the major components we need. So in the next video, I think we can start working on the back end. So that's what's going to happen. All right, see you in the next one then. All right, so now we are going to start working on the back end of our application. And first off, let's just create the whole folder structure and proceed from there. So I'm going to collapse this front end. In fact, I'm just going to close everything that has to do with the front end, right? Oh, and I think I made a mistake with the .env file. The .env file should actually be inside the front end folder, like in the root of the front end folder. So I'm just going to move that inside, and if I did not close the front end, I would not have noticed. Anyway, I'll do that. Then I'll create a new folder in this root here and call it backend. Yeah, now this backend folder, let's just create a root file which is going to be server.js. Now let me actually emphasize this. I expect that you know how to set up a basic server with Node and Express. This is not where I'm going to start teaching you about how to set up a server like a beginner. No, we're going to just quickly set up a server and dive into some advanced concepts. So I'm repeating it again. If you know this is your first time, you've not set up a server before, you don't know how to connect to MongoDB, just maybe go to YouTube, watch a tutorial. I even have free tutorials on my YouTube channel, so go there, watch a tutorial on how on my MERN stack course on YouTube, and then come back and let's continue. All right, so I'm just going to do this quickly. So now I'm going to open my terminal. I think I can expand this guy. So I'll open my terminal, and for now I can even close this front end that's running. So Control C, and then I'll just press Y to close. Okay, so now I want to be in another terminal here, so I'll just leave the first one and come to the second one where I'm going to. All right, so in this second one here, first off I'll do cd, and I think it's dot to go back to the auth app, and then I'm just going to cd into the back end, hit enter on that. So you see here now I'm in the back end directory. So what I want to do is I want to say npm init and -y. Just watch what happens. I'll do that and let it run. All right, so it has finished, and if you open the back end now, you see that we now have our package.json. So now we can install different dependencies in our project. Yeah, so but before we start installing a myriad of or maybe we should just install dependencies first. So here I'll just come here and say npm install, and the first thing I'm going to install is Express. That's the Node.js framework. Then I'm going to install Mongoose. That's what is going to make it easy for us to connect to and interact with MongoDB. I'm going to install .env. Then I'm going to install cors, which is going to prevent any conflicts when we try to connect from the front end to the back end. Then I'm going to install body parser. Let me just check to make sure I am spelling it correctly. So it's body hyphen parser, and the last one is cookie parser, cookie hyphen parser. Yeah, so basically when we want to log in the user, we're going to send a cookie to the front end. So we're going to do cookie based login. I'll just hit enter on this and everything is going to install in one swipe. So let's just give it a couple of seconds and we'll continue. All right, so it has finished installing. Now let me point out that this is not all we need for us to create the back end, but at least it contains what we need to get started. So as we get to need other dependencies, I will install it and tell you what it does. All right, okay, great. So now I would come down here just to confirm. So these are what we just installed: 1 2 3 4 5 6. Great. Let's make sure that the scripts we want are ready. So here I'm going to change this to npm start, or let me just actually delete the first one. So I'll say npm start, and then I'll add a comma here at the end and duplicate this one. The second one, I will make it backend. So when I want to run it, I'll say npm run backend, and then it's going to fire node mon. All right, so now I have nodemon installed globally on my machine. How do you install nodemon globally? So you say npm install and nodemon with a -g flag, right? If you don't want to install it globally, then you can just install it as a local dependency on this project. So it will be -d, capital letter D. All right, so but I have it installed globally. So, and I'm sure you know what nodemon does. It helps your server to restart automatically. Yeah. Great. So now I can go ahead and save this file. And what's next? Let's prepare the application that we're going to use to test our API. So I'm going to be using Insomnia. If you don't have Insomnia, just click on download Insomnia and it will bring you to this page where you can download it for your operating system, right? So that's what you should do. And I'll just cancel this out. Okay, great. So now what is left for us is to connect to MongoDB. I'll create our server first, then we're going to connect to MongoDB. Now we're going to do that in the next video. See you there. So my friends, thank you so much for watching. If you're not subscribed to the channel, make sure to subscribe, and I'm also going to leave a discount link in the description with which you can get access to the full 16 hours plus course for less than $10. All right, thank you so much, and I'll see you in the next one.